Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. A little bit late today, sorry about that. I was on time, then I was off time because I totally forgot. Seriously, memory, I guess. We're doing the walk-around mode, and technically we can't continue with the walk-around right now.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Royalty noted.
Well, hey there, welcome aboard. Thank you for understanding that I just totally forgot. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming by today. The reason we can't continue the walk around is we don't have the nav lights on, and that's one of the things you have to do is you have to check out the nav lights. And we haven't turned the power on the airplane. But I am in walk-around mode just to give that a try. Plus, didn't have time to get the drone cam set up and everything ready to go with that. So we are here. It's vectors to Copenhagen. We might be able to get a slightly on-time departure here, but let's give it a shot. Big thank you to Maple Leaf. Maple Leaf just came in with a really nice resub. Thank you for doing that, Maple Leaf. A lot of them have dropped off right now, so thank you for keeping yours going for 25 months. And some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for putting in wows in at wow time. I probably missed a few hellos to you as well. Let's go ahead, and since we're running a little bit late here, why don't we go ahead and get going on this flight, and we'll catch up and do some chit-chat things and stuff as soon as we get up in the air. We do have a second flight today, Naples, Italy, and I always Americanize it, and I apologize. But I guess I am a Yank, so there you go. Yeah, these are IAEs, Manafee. These are the IAE engines. Naples to Calabria. Mount Etna, the volcano, is huffing and puffing. So because Mount Etna is huffing and puffing, we need to go and fly around there. That might be a nice flight as well. Laxon's checking in from Norway. We are just south of you in Bergen right now, Laxon. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. And then after that, we'll go and find some sort of trouble to get into over on Monncton Monday. Take the CRJ into Halifax or something like that. That might be kind of fun. So that's what we've got going on for today. Manafee, no. Sunjammer just arrived. Hi, Sunjammer. And Olimod just gifted some subs to the community. Hey, Olimod, thank you for gifting some nice subs to the community. I really appreciate the extra support right now. I really appreciate it. Napoli, Italian is easy. You say it how you see it most of the time. Yeah, that's speaking as a Yank that a Yank that normally mispronounces things all the time. Yeah, say it the way you see it is actually vastly appreciated. Thank you. So let's see. I'm just getting Volanta started up. Volanta wasn't ready to go. I was so on time today, and then I wasn't on time. Okay, this is Volanta, and now Volanta is going. I think we're ready to go. So yeah, Fidelicor, that would be the way to go. Manafee, welcome aboard. And again, we'll catch up here as soon as we get the airplane going, but we need to stay on time because if we don't, we're going to lose out on ATC. Okay, Worcester and Leicester Square, right? A lot of those, there's a lot of those there. Fortunately, Sunjammer has been around to try and help me not screw it up quite so bad. So appreciate that one. Hey, Wolfie, happy Monday to you. Thank you for coming on in today. Okay, flight plans loaded. Grab a jetway, and let's get the plane powered up and get out it. Let's see. Calabria, of course. All right, let's go ahead and get this going. And you need to get your airplane ready to go, too. So nav and logo lights, emergency exit, and no smoking. And a little bit of background lighting, and turn the airplane on, and let's see how this all works. Cool, all those are going. Let's also turn on some spy jazz so that we can lighten up there and enjoy. M1CK, good evening from the northwestern part of Germany. Guten Abend. Is that Mix 6 X-Ray? Mike 6 X-Ray. Hi, guten Abend, and thank you for coming in from northwestern Germany. I hope it is a nice night there. Ricky is in chat. Hi, Ricky. Welcome aboard. And airplane is popping up here. There we go. I was going to say I can't hear anything. You got to have the little fader up there. Okay, flight management guidance. And navigation data is groovy. Init. Let's see. We need to come over here. They do have CPDLC here. Kent's over on YouTube. Hi, Kent. Thanks for coming back by. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming in. Just getting YouTube going. Ricky just did a follow on the channel. Hey, Ricky, thanks for the follow.
Welcome aboard.
And here we go,
Stay
initializing the data. Data's aboard. Go to received messages. We're going to get a load sheet. And that all looks good. Okay, that looks great too. Let's do an init request over here. Init request is good. We have power in the plane. We can open up our cargo doors. Cargo doors are good. We are going to be very, very sassy today. So SAS flight 441. And that looks good. Let's go and do the ADIRS system. Nav 1, Nav 2, Nav 3, and this is when I turn on my crew supply of oxygen, so I remind myself that I did the ADIRS. Because, boy, there was a time that I forgot that all the time. Let's see here. I do have a new flight plan. They did a late-minute rerouting, and so we need to come over here and make sure that we've got some of the latest numbers in the pilot brief. Cost index is going to be 30. That looks really good. Let's do winds and init the winds. We're at gate 31. Information Kilo is aboard. Let's go back a page and see if I can't snag a clearance. ATC request, pre-departure clearance. We are at gate number 31. Information Kilo is aboard. And we are in Bergen. It's ENBR. ENBR Bergen. And let's send it and see if that works for us today. There we go. That's good. That should get a CPDLC out. And now we'll come back into receive messages. We should have 2 now. And that means our pre-departure clearance has been received. We'll see if they'll take it. Load sheet. Let's go and do load sheet. Our initial zero fuel weight is 54.8. So that all looks good. Flight level 370, I think, for today's flight. Yeah, 370. 37,000 feet for our flight, page 2. And I already forgot the zero fuel weight. 54.8. 54.8 slash. And then over here, our center of gravity is going to be 31.2. 31.2. And there's 31.2. Let's accept this. And then let's go and start welcoming our passengers aboard. I think Katie just arrived. Hi, Katie. Happy Monday. I still feel really weird saying this. Happy Monday. I'm not kidding. It still feels absolutely weird. Uh-oh. 1990s Nokia cell phone bell. Let's check and see if we got a clearance. And it says it's received and being processed. That looks good. Oh, we got it. Well, look at this. We got a clearance. All right, let me get this. I know you're saying hi. I will catch up, I promise, but we're running horribly late. I know. Happy Monday just seems wrong, doesn't it? Okay, Scandinavian 441, ENBR, cleared to EKCH, page 2. All right, let's see what we got here. Off of runway 17. So 17 is our new runway. It's the Tinning to Charlie. So that's a new departure. TINIG, INIG, and that's going to be the 2 Chuckles departure. Next frequency is going to be 123.4. And our initial climb is going to be 6,000 feet. And our squawk is going to be 1341. 1341? Yep, that's correct. Okay, let's Wilco this now. And let's send our Wilco. Hi, Tim J. Welcome aboard. Yeah, there is something that just seems so totally wrong about saying Happy Monday. It just doesn't sound that right. I sound like one of those bosses that, you know, is greeting everybody at the door on a Monday saying, "Ha ha, Happy Monday. I've got you in my clutches now." My evil laugh is a little bit too good, isn't it? It's a little that was a little bit frightening. Too much of an evil laugh. Yeah, I think I've got the old route in my notepad. Let's see if I've got that. Let's see here. Yep, this is the new route. So I just didn't change that in my notepad. That's right. Tim also told me that they put in a new route. There we go. That looks good. Hey, Airbus pilot. Good evening, Airbus pilot. And let's see. That all looks good. So let's do weights and balances. I'm just going to take it off of the PDF form. Uh-oh. Boy. We got a... Do we need a telephone answering machine here? What's this say? Okay, let's close this. And ATC request status is received and our clearance is confirmed. Our clearance has been confirmed, declare, whatever the hell. The jokes are going to take a while to work on today. All right, let me go and get a bunch of ridiculous numbers in here real fast. Taxi fuel is 0.173. 0.173. We're going to fly near Mount Etna for our next flight. Now, Loeb has already said, you know, in Flight Simulator, Etna is not huffing and puffing like the real one is, but 0.623. We'll probably have some visibility issues. 1007 is our alternate fuel. 1007 is our alternate fuel, and 0.987 is final reserve. Fuel is groovy green, so that's good. Holds before Copenhagen. Well, you know, that's almost what it is, isn't it? Luminary Sam. Did I say your name right? Hi, Luminary Sam. Welcome to Spy Flight. First time in, I think. Good to see you. And if it isn't, then apologies for me not being able to recognize a name right now. I really thought that I had it all together today. And needless to say, I don't. Okay, the Tinnig 2 Charlie, that looks good. We're going to go and grab one other thing here. I want to get parking stands. All right, coming on in, EKCH, it's the Test B3 Charlie arrival. So did we get Test B3 Charlie? We did. That's Test B3 Charlie. And they be sure and program in the hold. I will call you Sam, although that is a very luminary name. Sequendo, did I say even that right? Welcome to you and thank you for coming by today. Okay, all of that looks really good. Let's see here. How's the loading going? That looks great. Manifee says rim shot. We've got to get the rim shot sounds fixed. I'm going to go ahead and start up the APU here. Here comes the APU. That looks good. Cover your ears. There's jet noise here. There's 31. I think I saw there's that. Okay, yeah, there's that airplane that's had a few extra, you know, over the weekend. And the joke is their call sign is Red Nose, so, you know, we get to have a little bit of fun with Red Nose, right? All right, this looks really good. Let's go ahead and we can probably put in the flight plan here. ENBR, we're departing off of runway. You know what? Nobody said spy hat yet, but I just have a feeling we're going to need all the luck we can get today. Departing runway 17. It's going to be the Tinnig 2 Charlie. T-I-N-I-G. It's the Tinnig 2 Charlie. Good, and insert. Coming into EKCH, our arrival, I'm expecting 22 left. ILS 22 left. We're going to be doing the Tespe 3 Charlie arrival. Tespe 3 Charlie. No transition there. And I don't usually do this via anymore because by the time we get to that via, they're not running the via. We're on vectors by that time, so there's no point putting that in there. Okay, flight plan's looking pretty good. Back to performance. Nothing in performance in hit page B. We're waiting for our final weights. APU is running. APU bleed can go on. Get some air conditioning in the airplane. And all of this looks good. Our next frequency is 123.4. 123.4. Let's see. I was finally able to get the C-47 or the DC-3 running in Flight Sim 2024. I had to remove all the liveries, and I had to remove the Duckworth mod on it. But I was able to get the DC-3 ready to go, and we need that for Saturday because Saturday is our annual D-Day flight. And there goes our cargo, all closed up. Tim J says, test, test, test. Hi, Tim Dog. Okay, all of this looks really good. Let's come on over here, and I'll bet we've got our final load sheet. Hey, we do. Final load sheet is 54.9. 54.9. So somebody must have snuck aboard. 31.2. That's going to stay the same. And over here, our final fuel is 6.8. I need 4.8. So I have 6.8 tons. I need 4.8. Gee, you don't think that that's because I think we're going to hold, do you? I think that's exactly why you board that much fuel. Okay, time to do performance, and we're out of here. Tim J's having fun with the next frequency. Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and toggle the jetway. That should close our doors and do departure perf. And we're expecting runway 17. It's dry here today. There's our load sheet. There's the weather. Let's calculate our speeds, calculate the McDo, and send it. That looks great. Come on back over here. Disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. Fuel pumps going on. I'm doing it completely backwards. And ground power is available, ready to go out of there. Disconnect the GPU. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to pull the chocks and get off of that page right now. And let's go over to the Navigraph page. We did get a squawk code. It's 1341. 1341. 1341. That looks good. Let's go ahead and get on their frequency and get pushback helper ready to go. And tug. Here comes the tug. And there's our tug. Looks like Red Nose has departed just fine. What version of the E-Jets? At Malta Flight Sim Studios. And I actually did try to get the Flight Sim Studios E-Jets working in Flight Sim 2024, and did not work at all. It was not good. Altimeter here in Flesland is 1009. 1009 for the captain. 1009 for the first officer. 1009 for the backup altimeter. Our initial climb clearance was 6,000 feet. There's 6,000 feet. And that all looks good. Looks good. Let's come on in here and do. We are at gate 31. ENBR ATIS is now information Lima. There we go. That looks good. Okay. At Malt, do you have a native version of the E-Jets? Do I have the native version? But do you have 2024? I have 2024. I don't have anything other than the Flight Sim Studios thing, if that's what you're asking. Okay, let's go and do seatbelts going on. We've cleared all moorings. Let's go ahead and request startup and pushback. 123.4. 123.4. Tino, I think that's kind of in a little bit of a holding pattern right now. We've got 2 777s in 2024. That's good for now. I think that the next one that they're working on, they're going to have to, we're in a holding pattern for that for a little bit. All right. Let's see. Blessland Delivery, good evening from Scandinavian 441, an A320 at stand 31. Our clearance is aboard via CPDLC. Information Lima's aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
Scandinavian 441, Blessland Delivery, good evening to you. Lima is correct. Startup approved in 2 minutes. Contact ground 121.9. Have a nice flight.
121.9 is our next frequency. We will start up in 2 minutes. And thank you for the clearance. Have a great week from Scandinavian 441.
Thank you, so long.
Now,
Scandinavian 2872 with Lima.
I think that's Kirill flying with us today.
Copenhagen and Moncton.
I think that was Kirill who flies with us all the time now. Okay, all this looks good. It was a 2-minute startup here, so 18, let's call it 47, let's call it 49, and we'll call in for pushback. Not gonna start my engines yet though, because that's fuel we need. Oh, and you know what we ought to do? Can we see down here how many airplanes are down there? I see 1, maybe 2. That one's pushing back. That one's pushing back. You know, let's just have a look and see what's going on here. So we've got 3 airplanes actually stacked up down there. I'm doing a single engine taxi. We're going to do a single engine taxi. We need to save fuel on this one. T-Bird, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. Okay, single engine taxi. First things first, look at our accumulator brake pressure. That looks good. Accumulator brakes are great, and we're in good shape there. Hey, Puffelfish. Puffelfish has been here for 36 months. Thank you for keeping the resub going there, Puffelfish. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks for some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here. Ant Mode, I have not uninstalled 2020 yet, but I'm getting kind of close because trying to get it to work has been kind of a problem for me. So it's just real slow and clunky right now. I don't know. Something's messed up in there. But I've got 2024 working really good. Rangi just did a nice resub too. Rangi, thank you for your resub today. 17 months of really great support. Thank you for awesome jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here. All right, 0.9, Blessland Ground, hello there from Scandinavian 441 and A328 Gate 31. Information Lima's aboard requesting pushback.
Scandinavian 441 ground, hello, information Lima correct, and push and start approved.
Push and start approved. Scandinavian 441, thanks. Shall we depart? That was Kirill. Parking brakes are going off. Parking brakes are off. The beacon is already on. And away we go.
Condor 118, pushback complete, requesting taxi.
Got a sassy airplane over there. Hi,
Condor
Stupidocracy.
118, taxi to holding point.
Stupidocracy always
runway
comes and
17
checks in
via
too. Thank
Foxtrot
you for
and
always being
Yankee.
here. I'm super grateful. Thank you for coming by. And let's go ahead and start engine number 1.
Condor 118, going to runway 17 via Fox and Yankee.
Parking brakes off. That was a sassy little pushback, wasn't it?
Scandinavian 2865,
Engine number 2
taxi,
started out. Engine 1
Whiskey
started just fine.
and Delta, hold short of Yankee.
Whiskey Delta, hold short of Yankee, Scandinavian 2865.
Okay, this is going to be a single engine taxi. We've already checked our brakes, but we're going to need to turn on the pump for our taxi on this one. So we're going to wait till engine 1 starts. And N2 is coming up. There's generator switchover, so we're on the engine 1 generator. It's available. So now what we do is start her back to normal. Come on up here. We're going to do the APU cross bleed. The cross bleed is going to open and the APU bleed goes off. and electric pump for the yellow system goes on so that we have brakes. Hi, North Gaming. North Gaming's over on YouTube. Hi, North Gaming. Welcome, welcome. Happy Monday.
Calabria 2865, continue Yankee.
I gotta
holding
figure out
point runway
something else
17.
to say. This is ridiculous.
Continue Yankee, holding point 17, Scandinavia 2865.
Flesland Ground, hello again. Scandinavian 441 is ready for taxi. Just pushed from gate 31.
Scandinavian 441, taxi, whiskey, and Delta, hold short of Yankee.
Whiskey and Delta, we will hold short of Yankee for Scandinavian 441. Okay, so we're going to come straight out. Whiskey is the dashed line. Delta is right there. And parking brakes are going off. Tow brakes are on. Taxi light goes on. Passengers looking out the window. We're going to have to rev up the engine a little bit
Condor
on this.
118, cancel your taxi clearance and hold position. Advise when you're ready to start moving.
North Gaming, I haven't seen anything to do with the
Condor
flight factors in a long time.
118, can you do me
But
via
my
text,
guess
please?
is you're absolutely right. They probably look really, really good, don't they? Now, we're not doing flaps or anything like that at the moment. We've got at least 3 airplanes that are #1 for the runway first. So we're going to go ahead and just go on one engine and save fuel.
Taxi stand 26 via Echo and whiskey.
Okay, here comes Whiskey over there. Nobody's coming over there. We're going to make a turn like this.
Scandinavian 2865, contact tower.
There's
119.1.
Whiskey. And I believe this is Delta. It is. And we're going to hold short right here.
Scandinavian 441, taxi Yankee, holding point runway 17.
Yankee now to holding point runway 17 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks. Shall we go? Do you use
Condor
the rudder?
118,
No,
taxi,
but you do have to get a little. You do have to. You know, it's not going to be just a thrust idle taxi. You're going to have to add a little bit to your taxi, and then I also am taxiing with just the nose wheel tiller. But I'm not
Condor
using any kind of
118,
rudder or anything like that. Fact is,
ready
technically,
for,
I think at this
taxi.
point we should have actually the nose wheel
Taxiway.
disconnected.
Whiskey, Foxtrot, and Yankee.
All right, I see 1 on the runway, 2, 3.
Scandinavian 441, contact tower 119.1. Bye-bye.
119.1 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks. 119.1. Kind of going down a hill. This airport goes up and down. 119.1. And there we go. Next flight is a cargo flight from Naples, Italy to Calabria because Etna is erupting. We figure we need to ship some pizza from Naples down for them. Magra Ants is back. Hi, Magra Ants. Welcome in. This is a good event. Vectors to Copenhagen's a really cool event. Aviation Examiner is flying Hamburg to Frankfurt. Those are really nice airports. I like there. Hi, Fortnite. North Gaming says it's beautiful in North. I think it is too. I'm sure it's pretty chilly here, but I really feel like this would be a beautiful place to go check out. And you could acclimate to the cold, right? We're not doing any flaps or anything. I don't think that there's alligators in the pond over here like there is in Florida. Not worried about alligators here. Now all of a sudden we're kind of going up a hill. North Gaming, you're used to it? Yeah, see, I bet you get used to that. I'll bet it's really, really pretty here, especially over on that western coastline. Just, you know, the incredible fjords that you have out there, but then the coastline as well, which is really, really nice. All right, I think we're doing pretty good here. I still see one airplane on the runway and one to go, but we'd probably better get ready here. All right, electric pump goes off, APU bleed goes on, starter goes on, starting engine number 2, engine number 2 starts. The Eurogators, that's what they are, Magra Ants, Eurogators. Aviation examiner, I have a private pilot's license, so I can fly a Cessna 170, 152, 172, and a Cardinal. And that's it. Anything like this, I have to buy a ticket, and they make me sit in the back, way in the back. Engine number 2 is coming on up. Fidelicor says pizza in Napoli, and the coffee is good too. Oh, pizza from Naples is supposed to be the most amazing thing in the world. Yeah, I hear it's the best pizza in the world. Tim Dog says, yeah, gotta watch out for alligators like that. Okay, I see one airplane on approach, and that's Scandi up ahead of us, so starting our engine now is pretty good. We may be getting going here pretty quick. Okay, engine is available. Starter back to normal. APU bleed, and APU can go off. Okay, good. Let's go ahead and stop here. Parking brakes going on. Down here, let's do our control checks. And let's get the engines off. And pitch. Ailerons. Rudder. Trim's going to be down 0.2. Trim is set. Flaps are going to be 2. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. And all that looks good. Let's do predictive wind shear. Let's do takeoff config. And ECAM checklist is all good. We're ready to go. Parking brakes off. Let's go on up here. But no, Fidelicor, I've seen pictures and even some of the really awesome cooking videos on YouTube. And holy moly, that pizza looks great. Aviation examiner, if that's your dream at 16, I'm going to tell you, there are all sorts of options and ways that you can follow that. But they don't speak Italian in Naples. Mohammed Samir, did I say your name right? Welcome aboard. Actually, we heard that there was a change in policy, Mohammed, that Airbus now wants, in Airbus, they want you to start engine number 1 now, all the time. There were several reasons behind that. So we start engine number 1 for a single engine taxi. That's why you saw me using the electric pump for brakes. So that's why it is that they're doing that. But apparently there was a new directive from Airbus that says we want you to start engine 1 first. And so that's why I was doing that. Slink for Slink, welcome back to you. Thank you for coming in today. Good to see you, and thank you for coming in. Flesland Tower, hi there from Scandinavian 441, number 2 in sequence for 17, fully ready.
Scandinavian 441, Flesland Tower, hello there. You are number 3.
Okay, this all looks good. Our departure is going to be straight out and a couple of turns. So all of that looks really good. ECAM checklist is good. Let's do a quick check of minimum takeoff fuel. Minimum takeoff fuel is 5.416. I've got 6.66. That's a few too many 6s in there for my, pleasure, but we'll just leave it alone. But I think we're going to have more than enough fuel for the flight. We need all we can get for the holds. Oh, Slink for Slink, you're waiting for a package to arrive? Yeah, that's never fun, is it? Okay. Let's just do parking brakes here. And there is our cute little A320 all ready to go. Let's see. Slink for Slink has got some gaming headsets coming. So gaming headsets coming. I was actually horribly late today. I totally forgot about starting at 1800 Zulu. So I just barely didn't have time to pour spy tea. So we're just going to have to go with the leftovers for the morning coffee today. It's actually kind of chilly here at Spy HQ. It's been raining all night, which has been just really, really nice. I think probably there's a little bit more rain in the forecast, but most of it is kind of going away. But it's just been really, really nice here. Definitely need, take all the little raindrops we can get, because this part where I live, it's been in drought for years. Okay, once we get up in the air and things calm down, we really should program in the mandatory hold, because we're going to do the hold. Olivance is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Fidelicor speaks Italian and Margagno. Did I say that even close to right? Slink for Slink, not long. Not long.
441, line up and returning 17. Your company's rolling.
Line up and right, runway 17, and we're on the roll too. Scandinavian 441. Strobes, landing lights ready to go. Final cabin call. So I've actually had the YouTube channel for a couple of years. I haven't done really much with it except some cold and dark videos. I've done an occasional food video. I haven't done anything else really with it, and then have just recently started, when it became, not against company policy at Twitch, to multi-stream. I then started multi-streaming. So when I'm on Twitch, I'm on YouTube, but that's really about it as far as my YouTube stuff. I think it looks great at night.
Condor 118, holding short, runway 17.
I think it looks really good at night. And I'm getting much better performance in here, too.
118, on tower, hello.
Okay, I think we're ready to go.
Condor 118, line up.
They did not give us a departure frequency.
Wind 2108,
Clear for takeoff. Runway 17, Scandi 441. Thank you so much. Have a great week. And throttle's up about halfway. Our engines are stable. Manual flex, SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. I think I saw somebody in an A340 over there. So somebody's got a big A340. 100 knots, steering with rudder pedals. Rudder pedals are good. V1, hands off the rudder pedals. We're flying, and rotate. Up, up, and away. Positive climb, gear going up. So long, Bergen.
Line up and wait.
Okay, looking good there.
Condor 118, lining up.
And that looked good. Lever climb, thrust climb, flaps 1. Lower the nose a little bit here.
You might be number 314.
There we go. We're going to get busy. AP. AP is good and got us. Coming up on flaps. We've got both at two approaches. I don't know which one to pre-tune to. Approach is 121.0 for Scandy 441. Thank you so much. 121.0. The USB disconnect that you heard was the weather cam. Flaps are up. Speed brakes disarmed.
Alpha 2868, speed 220.
Westland, good evening from Scandinavian 441, passing 4,100 feet for 6.
Sierra 441, flaps on approach. Hello, identified. Climb SID, flight level 170.
Flight level 170 via the SID for Scandinavian 441. Out we go. Kirill is number 3 for departure. And all that looks good. Got a little turn here, which should be nice, except for all the clouds. I mean, we've had more clouds in the way. Manaphy, sorry you can't join. Well, you're on a 13-hour flight today. Good luck on your 13-hour flight. Okay, nothing to worry about here. Transition here. Do they have a transition level here? Not in the ATIS. Transition's 8,000. And there we go. Altimeters. Standard, standard, and standard. Anything to see? Well, there's a little bit down there. That's nice. And we've got a couple of fjords coming up here.
Right, heading 140 due traffic.
Hey, Wig Bill, welcome aboard.
Canadian 441, turn right, heading 140 due traffic.
Right turn now, 140 for Scandinavian 441. There we go, 140 for traffic. Wig Bill, thanks for coming in today.
Again, 285, free speed. Yeah, LICR, cleared RMP whiskey on the mountain.
10,000 feet, landing lights going off. Nose light, 10,000 foot cabin call.
2865, contact Polaris 120.655 on current heading.
Roger, just taking the frequency.
120655 is Polaris.
120.655.
120655.
Polaris has got to be one of the best names for a center. I mean, Polaris is a good one. It's weather actually got cool, actually. It got kind of chilly here today. We have rain and clouds, and I kind of like it drizzly like that, so. But it cooled off just a bit. And I totally forgot I remembered then forgot our departure time.
441, on the present heading, contact Polaris 120.655 for all.
120.655 will stay on the present heading for Scandi 441. Thanks, have a good week. And here comes Polaris. Polaris, good evening from Scandinavian 441, passing flight level 140 for flight level 170, and our heading is 140 degrees.
Scandinavian 441, Polaris control, very good evening. Turn left heading 100 and climb to flight level 370.
Left turn now is 100 degrees, and then flight level 370 for Scandinavian 441. Brussels Sprouts is here. Hi, Brussels Sprouts. Do not worry about, I'm sorry you missed the departure, but we've also got a departure today from Naples, Italy. We're doing Naples to Calabria, and we're going there to see what Mount Etna is doing. Because Mount Etna, the volcano, is huffing and puffing today.
Flight level 290 on conversion, speed
370, there's our turn. And all that looks good too. Now, before too much time goes by, we absolutely positively need to put in the hold. We're going to put in our hold at Robsey. So we got to make sure that we're ready for that. Now, I'm doing it way in advance because you never know when you're going to get super duper busy.
Polaris Control, good evening, Mr. Marines 10 flight level.
So, at Robsey, our inbound course is 103, and it's left turns. Okay, so Robsey, we're going to do a hold. Inbound 103 degrees is our inbound course. Our turns are going to be left turns, so we do left turns
Loyalty noted.
and insert. Now we have that hold automatically in there, which we know we're going to get anyway, so we're good to go there. Perfect. Almost like we know what we're doing. This is getting scary. Let's see. Manaphy will never do something. Papaya Style. Did I say that right? I think I should say it right. You've been a subscriber for 7 months. Thanks for coming in, Papaya Style. Thank you for the support. And some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on here.
Good evening to you, Pine 72.
Somia, did I say that right? Welcome to you over on YouTube. Thank you for saying that. I really appreciate that. Thank you for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Doing good tonight, and I hope you're doing well too.
330 knots.
50, it is 290 knots.
Okay, so far so good. You say it like the fruit. Papaya. Hi, India dude. Thank you for coming back today.
Direct opposite.
441, resume on navigation, direct Omnised.
Scandinavian 441, own navigation Omnised for, let's see. Would that be Tango November Oscar for Scandi 441?
441, negative. Alpha Mike, Sierra Echo Victor.
Alpha Mike, Sierra Victor. We're direct there for Scandi 441. Thank you. Alpha Mike, Sierra Victor. AMSEV. Okay, got it. We're direct to AMSEV now. Murdinator, welcome to you. Thank you for coming in. And I think we've got our turn there. We've got everything set. I think we're ready to go. Copenhagen, here we come. Not afraid of the vectors today. Now, once we get to cruise, we ought to have a look at our fuel and see how good we're doing with fuel. But usually I wait until we get to cruise.
Resume on navigation, direct
Fish Finder just came in from YouTube in Arizona. Hey Fish Finder, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming back on YouTube. And Pat Dog just did a resub on Twitch. Thank you for the resub on Twitch, Pat Dog. Pat Dog's been here for almost a year. Thank you for almost a year of support. Thank you for coming in. Chimbrosco is back in chat. Welcome back, Chimbrosco. Thank you for coming by today. Over to performance, we got 71 miles of climb to do.
Virgin 45 Romeo Polaris
25,000 feet. It's pretty smooth. Let's go seatbelts off. In case there is a passenger that needs to go. So seatbelts are now off. Lovis, we are vectoring to Copenhagen. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for chiming in over on YouTube today, on Discord. And helping keep me, you know, fly in the straight direction. There are times that everything is just going really, really smoothly, and times that I've just become absent-minded as hell. Don't mean to be.
Hearing 68 Papa, descent flight level 180, speed 290 knots or greater.
Loviz had a lunch date with your favorite human. I'm guessing that means Buster wasn't invited. And it's chillier today, so we're going to continue with some hot beverages here in the cockpit. No matter what it's doing at your place, I hope you've got your favorite beverages in your cockpit. As we try and keep the weekend vibe going on just a little bit longer here at the Spy Flight. 27,000.
2865, contact Polaris 134.
Naples to Calabria. Calabria, I think. I'm always mispronouncing that. We'll see if there's any visibility problems going on in from Mount Etna. And then we can figure out where we want to go to Halifax for Moncton Monday.
Roll Scandinavian 2872, heading 120.
Gender 2872, Polaris control level, climb flight level 370.
Okay, lights are all off. Strobe, beacon, and nav are on. Seatbelts are off. No smoking. Emergency are on. Everything's looking good here. I forgot to accept the final load sheet. And that looks good too. We've got scenery for both Calabria. We've got a scenery for that airport, and we've also got a nice scenery from Naples. If you don't have scenery for Naples, check for maybe Roma for a departure there. I think we've all got some Rome scenery too. And we've also got a nice scenery for Halifax. And we don't know where we're going to depart from Halifax.
Condor 118, climbing flight level 170.
Turn down your microphone, please.
118, Polaris control hello, climb flight level 370.
Condor 118, climbing flight level 370.
Oh, please.
2872, resume on navigation.
Turn that down. That's a little bit too harsh. Looks good there.
2872, resume all navigation. Direct on the 7. Alpha Mike, Sierra Echo Victor.
Oscar Mike, Sierra Delta Victor, sorry I didn't hear you, my ears were bleeding. And resume on navigation, Scandinavian 2872.
I think everything else is in good shape.
Flight level 100, I'll have the arrival for you shortly.
100. Let's see, we can go over here and look in the Phoenix app and go to My Flights and go over here. Let's go to the arrival, hit refresh, and view the arrival latest and see if they've got anything new. Oh my gosh, it's a book. Information Foxtrot. ILS approach, 22 left, Charlie stars. Yep, we got the 3 Charlie coming in. Transition is 6-5. Blah, blah, blah. New stars in effect with... Make sure you've updated your database. I think we're all good. Uh-oh, that's scary. CYQB to Halifax. So Murdinator says maybe let's go from Quebec.
Finish 42 Sierra, re-clear to Delta 1 Mike, runway 32.
CYQB.
Mr. Wings 10, descent flight level 100.
Okay, all of this is good. So I think we're good to go there.
Hearing 68 Papa, report assigned speed to flash on approach 121.0, bye-bye.
Now let's go see what's ahead of us on VATSIM.
441, contact Polaris 134.355, bye-bye.
134.355 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks. Have a good week. 134.355. Okay, this is a new Polaris. Polaris, good evening from Scandinavian 441. We are passing flight level 340 for flight level 370, direct AMSEV. That's all there was to that. Okay, here we are right over here. And so we're just coming over into this area, just passing over Christiansand. And we're coming down here to EKCH. Kastrup has 78 arrivals right now. 78 arrivals here. 24 departures and 20 people just sitting around on the ground. It is about ready to get busy, as if it wasn't already. Loviz, interesting, no scheduled flights from YQB to Halifax. Should we go to the other Quebec airport? There's another, not the city airport, but there's the other airport might be good. I was going to probably do my Air Canada Jazz CRJ on that one. I thought that would be a nice flight. Merdnator says that could also be a little bit long. YUL, we could depart from there too. Or we could wait just a little bit, get halfway to Calabria, and check out the volcano, and about halfway there, we could look and see where there's good VATSIM ATC and decide then. Tim J only gets phone calls when you're trying to watch the spy stream. Yeah, that's kind of the way it works. When there's something that you want to do, that's when people pick up the phone and call you. That's just the way it is. I thought that there were two airports. There was City, and then there was the main airport. Do I have my Canadian airports wrong? And flight level 370. We're in cruise mode, 175 miles to top of descent. All is right with the world. We've got our hold put in. CYQB is the big airport, right? Or Russ, maybe we're thinking about, yeah, there's two airports in Toronto, not in Quebec. Right now, Able Air 2, we're in a A320. So we're a Scandinavian Airlines A320 heading down to Copenhagen. And we're going to take an old Airbus for a cargo flight down to Mount Etna. Because of the volcano, they put in an emergency order for pizza from Naples. So we have to bring some Neapolitan pizza to them because of the volcano. My guess is we're not going to see anything from Mount Etna, but there probably will be worse visibility. To Brosco, there is a flight pass. Okay, I don't know what that is. Uday, Palpro is back in chat. Welcome back to you, and thank you for coming by today. Good to see you. Happy Monday. What is wrong with me? I've got to figure out something other than Happy Monday. Just making sure the phone's off. We're 20 miles behind a flight ahead of us. I bet they're going to Copenhagen 2. We're all prepared for the landing. We just have to fly it.
Nordic Echo Tango, contact Polaris 120.6, fast questionable contact Copenhagen 136.485. Neptune 2877, contact Copenhagen 136.485.
Contact Copenhagen 136.485, Neptune 2877. Thanks for your service. Have a lovely evening. Best wishes. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Polaris, god kväll till Namesman Whiskey, flight level 360 på flight level 400 inbound Gunta.
I thought it was CYHZ. I thought Halifax was CYHZ. That's usually the one that we go to when it's Moncton Monday. We don't have to. Okay, this looks all good here. Nothing to worry about here. The only thing we ought to do is let's go in. It never gets you the ground chart that you need. You have to get that yourself. So be sure and star parking stands too. Now we have the airport and the parking stands. The airport is pretty good, but you really are going to need parking stands as you get closer into the airport. And I think generally they put us in, usually they put us in over at Terminal 3, I think. So Terminal 3. Yeah, Terminal 3, usually one of the D gates.
Polaris Control, hello, Jedi 69 airflow, hold 367 for 380 runway.
Jedi 69 Polaris, good evening.
Okay, I think we get to sit back, calmly take a stress pill, and think things over. Nice, nice hot beverages for rainy, chilly days here. Let's see. Duncan Storman's back in chat for Bergen. It will be a Bravo stand tonight. Okay, thank you. Thanks for letting us know. Duncan Storman. So when you get a chance, but thank you for that. So we should expect a Bravo gate. Or if I want to sound local, Bravo. So that's going to be over here in the middle. That's Terminal 2 right there in the middle. Okay. Probably, what, 4, 6, or 8. That's probably the size for an A320. All right, that looks good too. Coming up on our equal time point.
65, contact Copenhagen 136.485.
136.485,
We're probably going to get our handoff at AMSEV. About 35 miles or so.
Flight level 350.
Scandinavian 272, Polaris, Roger.
And cloudy and cooler today. Not up in the 80s like it was yesterday. And we've got a little bit more rain in the forecast too, so it might be still a little bit soggy. But most of it's moving out of the area. Just a couple of little scattered things right now. Always kind of nice if it gets a little soggy out there. 125 miles. This is when I'll usually go ahead and do arrival data. So let's go and check the latest data here. And right now it says information Foxtrot. Foxtrot's the latest. So our altimeter setting is going to be 1012. So 1012 is QNH. The temperature is 15 degrees. The wind is 240 at 9. The transition level here is 6.5. I usually want to do a config 3 landing. Let's tell GPWS because I forget that and it yells at me. And then for our minimums over here, we're expecting the ILS runway 22. Minimums are 208 feet. It's always in the lower left-hand corner. So 208.
Yeah, slow decline to flight level
208 is the barrow.
Okay, Roger.
And our approach is now set and good. Back to performance. We are 114 miles from top of descent. 18 miles from AMSEV, and that's when we'll probably get kicked over to Copenhagen control. It actually is a cool thing to do, to go to your favorite real world flight tracker and see what a real world flight is going to be. Duncan Storman, whenever you get a chance, but thank you for the extra intel. So if we were to do this, I just have FlightAware saved as a favorite, but Flight Radar 24 is another good one. So Naples is LIRN, and LICR is Calabria. And we'll scan that and see if there's any flights. Oh, it's not busy though, so there's no flights on this one. We could also look and see.
Copenhagen 136.485.
136.485 for Scandinavian 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
Scandinavian 7 Whiskey, contact.
136.485.
Yeah, contact Polaris on 125.
Check LICC is at the base of the volcano. So that takes us closer to the volcano.
230, fly heading off.
I thought if we would go to Calabria, LICR, they give us free booze because it's LICR liquor.
Stay at level 60?
All right. I'm reaching for it there. Hi, Pyroblaster.
Climate flight level 100. It's going to be in 230.
LICC airport.
Charlie arrivals and plan to enter the hold at Rusty.
Okay, very good. Did you want to turn to Rusty now or stay on that 270?
Is
yeah, no, I just need separation from the aircraft. And
Cantonia Airport? So
okay,
here's Cantonia Airport. Looks like they're still doing some flights there. They've got Ryanair and EasyJet. They've got a DHL, a DLH. So they've got Lufty coming in there, Itaro, Ryanair. I was going to do cargo, but we could go to this airport, Cantonia Airport, maybe, if we'd want to go. I don't know if we have scenery for that or not. Copenhagen, good evening from Scandinavian 441, level at flight level 370. We just passed to AMSEV.
Going 441 identify.
Lovis says we've been there. So let's see what we have for LICC.
12373 is going to be in 230.
Okay, I don't have anything in the community folder there.
It's going to be in 441. You can you cleared for a test B3 Charlie arrival into the hold at Rusby, and descent now flight level 270.
Descending now flight level 270. We are cleared for the let's see, it's the test B3 Charlie arrival, and we are prepared to enter the hold at Rossby for Scandi 441.
Scanning 441, all good. Break, Nordic 3 Echo Tango.
Down we go. Lovis says no, just do the flight that you have planned. Is that okay? I'd say that we could buzz the volcano, but buzzing volcanoes might not be a good idea. I do think, though, that very probably the movie of the night tonight is going to be Super Volcano because of Etna. So I'll probably watch Super Volcano. It's a dumb thing, but it's kind of nice. Sort of the end of my week, so
1258, I am clearance when you're ready to cut.
Make something tasty for dinner and watch, the Yellowstone caldera blow up.
Runway heading to 5,000 feet.
I don't know why I watch that so much, because I live in one of the towns that gets kind of wiped out by that in that show.
And that was 6055 on the talk. 1258.
Got a company message here, SAS Ops, and no ADC required. We did an on-time departure. How about that?
Scaring 2865, descent flight number 25.
Descent flight level 250, 2865.
Let's see. Abelair just became a subscriber over on YouTube. Hey, Abelair, thank you for a subscriber from the Netherlands. That's a really cool place to fly. I really like flying around there. There's some really neat towns, too. Definitely is on one of my places that I want to visit, for sure. Indian Dude, ADC. So over here, one of the things that we get here from Scandinavian Ops is, how did we do? Did we depart on time? And so basically, we did not depart. We departed on time. So it says no ADC is required. If you come over to the main page here, on this, you can see delay allocation card. And here are our delays. So if you are delayed by 10 minutes, you have to submit a report that says we were late for 10 minutes because our ADC could be AMC, an ATC startup delay, an en route slot delay, departure runway change, those kinds of things. I usually go other and say that they forgot to bring us Colombian coffee. But that's what that is. That's a departure delay. And you send that back to your company that says, yeah, we got away late today. So the pilot doesn't get a gold star up by their name. So that's what that, and that's one of those little messages that comes to you in the Phoenix airplane. And flight level 270, all is right with the world there. Abelair, thank you for coming in and subscribing from the Netherlands. Tim Dog says, okay, yeah, absolutely. So here's the other thing, Indian Dude, guess what? Totally optional. You can totally ignore it. And there's some times that I absolutely do. Just, we're too busy. We got too many things going on. But sometimes, it's fun to... Nobody actually reads them. It doesn't go anyplace. It's not like, Mr. Phoenix reads all of the ADC delays and stuff. So it's just, one of those things you do that you don't have to really do. That's right. You're reporting yourself to the principal's office. You're saying, yep, we got delayed. But that's what you've got all those codes for. So, I mean, if we've called in, so let's say we called in like we did for push and start.
441, descent flight level 260.
Continuing down to flight level 260, Scandinavian 441. If, let's say, we called for push and start, but ground said, nope, push and start delayed for 10 minutes. Now, it's not our fault anymore. That's an ATC delay. So now we don't have to go to the principal's office. Let's see. David Scott Explores is in chat over on YouTube. Hi, David. David Scott Explores is from UK. Good to see you. Thank you for coming and joining over on YouTube. We are flying from Bergen to Copenhagen. We're going into a particularly busy VATSIM event. And our particularly busy VATSIM event. Continue to flight level 250, Scandi 441. So we're coming in. There is our arrival airport. There is Copenhagen down there. There is our little airplane. And this is where we're coming in, to that swarm of airplanes. And if you don't know, we're on the VATSIM network. All of those little blue airplanes represent somebody flying Flight Simulator like me. All of the shaded greens and yellows and blues, those colors, that is an active air traffic control center there where you've got real people doing air traffic control. So the voices that you hear are all real people.
Roger, monitoring Unicom. Thank you very much. Have a lovely evening.
You too.
And that's kind of what's going on. Here is our hold at Rossby and flight level 250. We're right where we're supposed to be.
Skymin 441, contact Copenhagen control 123.730.
123.730 now for Scandi 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
You too.
123.730. And 123.730, that looks good. And looking good there, level of flight level 250, that's good too. This is a great place for aviation nerds. It is absolutely the perfect place, you know. If you love airplanes and travel and really bad jokes and pizza, you'll like it here.
Hello.
Captain Sibby is here. Hi, Sibby. Hope it's a good Monday for you. Copenhagen, good evening from Scandi 441. We are set to enter the hold at Rossby at flight level 250.
Scandi 441, thank you very much and good evening. Identify. Clear test between Charlie, arrival landing 2 to left into Copenhagen. The hold over Rossby you can expect as you can, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. The holding of Rossby is going to be with you and descent flight level 170.
Continue the descent to flight level 170. We're all cleared for the Test B3 Charlie arrival, ending up at runway 22 left. Still planning to enter the hold at Rossby. And I don't know what I'm saying either from Scandi 441.
Yeah, it's getting late.
So far, so good, Captain Sibby. I hope it is an awesome date for you. Captain Sibby is my Airbus flight instructor. I learned most of what when I first started learning Airbuses. Captain Sibby was flying around in the Flight Sim Labs A320 on P3D, and that's how I learned to do Airbus things, because mostly I just knew about Boeing things. And we're doing really good right now. We're coming into Vectors to Copenhagen, a event that's almost as busy as Frankfurt Friday. In fact, sometimes it can get as busy as Frankfurt Friday, but it's just really well set. Some pretty good old days, wasn't it? Zolask, Bergen, it was a great departure. It's a really nice night in Bergen tonight. It really looks like a nice night in Bergen in Norway.
Copenhagen control, good evening. Identify flight level 240.
And I think it's time. Well, we're going to enter a hold. We won't do seatbelts yet.
Holding is cancelled. Proceed direct airlock.
Alright, holding cancelled. Push direct airlock. Red 062, thanks.
And our hold is set, so we're going to come on down here. We'll hit Tesby, hit Robsey. We're going down to 1700. I don't think we're going to hold for long. I don't think we're going to hold for long on this at all. I mean, usually that's pretty close. Kirill is also flying this route with us too. And what else do we need? Yeah, for a hold, I'll usually leave seatbelts on, especially for the passengers that are, you know, back there going, woo.
7230 holding is cancelled, turn left heading 170.
Left turn 170.
Just in case they've had a little bit too much. Oh, we've got a nice little Scandinavian seat cover here. Headrest cover.
062, contact Copenhagen and approach 119.805. Have a nice trip, bye-bye.
That's nice.
119.805
is probably next for us. 119.805.
Left center 777 on frequency.
There we go. According to Mr. Flight Management Computer, we're 127 miles out of Copenhagen. We should be landing at 2011 Zulu. It is 1947, but there's that small matter of the hold to do. David, yeah, we try and do stuff as close to reality as this simulator will allow us. The ATC network that we're on, they're trying to behave just like ATC would where we're going. And so we do that all the time. And they try to make it as close to a real flight. Now, obviously, there's stuff that isn't going to be real, but we're trying to do it. You know, we got real time, real weather, real, you know, as close to real passenger loads as we're going to be able to figure out, that sort of deal. You know, did we board enough fuel? Right now, it says my estimated fuel on board when I land is going to be 4.4 tons. And the flight plan for this particular flight says we have to start worrying about going to our alternate when it's 1.9 tons. So we've got almost 2 tons more fuel than we need, which is kind of cool. Sibby, yes, real bad jokes too. We also have really bad jokes here. We're also, David, using real charts. These are Jepson charts. So these are the kind of charts, and the airplane that you see us flying are Scandinavian A320. This is from Phoenix Sim. This is probably the best airplane that you're going to get in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I mean, there's so much of this airplane that's modeled. You could even do a fairly complete pre-flight walk around like the real pilots do, and check all sorts of things around the airplane when you're going. And all of this looks good. We've also got some nice things sitting on our desk that we can get. There's a new company out called WinWing. And so everything you see up here along the top part of the screen, the left EFIS, the autopilot, and the right EFIS, all of that, I've got a hardware version of that sitting on my desk. It's actual size. We've also got a actual size of this. This is called the McDo, the flight management computer. And so with all those buttons, we've got those on our desk, and it really does add a lot. It's really kind of stunning stuff that you can do with this now. So if you're a travel geek or an airplane geek or something like that, the world that we're in is really good. We've also got some military things that we do every now and then. One of the few military flights that I usually do is the very first Pathfinder flight for D-Day, which is Friday. We'll be taking an old DC-3 propeller liner and flying the route that they flew the very first flights. And these were the people that dropped down to get nav aids for everybody else. These were the first people on the ground. So we're doing that on Friday. So that's a cranky old DC-3 that I got to spend some time learning how to fly again, because we rarely ever fly that thing. Lion Drummer is aboard. Welcome aboard, Lion Drummer. Almost ready to make the turn at test speed, and then we'll slow it down to clean speed for the hold. And it looks like we've got, if you look, we've got 1, 2, 3 airplanes in the hold already. So we're probably number 4 to exit the hold.
Enter the hold over Rosby as published.
Okay, so that looks good. We'll also have to do our fuel check. and see how
2872,
many,
thank you. That is correct.
we're going to
Descent
see
flight
how
level
many
1.
loop-d's we can do.
170, 28.
If you're just discovering the spy flight, we fly Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. We usually depart at 1900 Zulu, and yep, you can fly along with us on VATSIM. If you're just learning, you can fly along with us by yourself and start to pick up these sorts of things, and that's pretty cool. Hydrospace, I hope I said hi when you came in. Thank you for coming in. Tim J, are you going to hold at Rossby? I think that Rossby was our hold last Monday, too. Okay, coming on in here, 17,000 feet. And we are 9 miles from Rossby. Yeah, low-vis is right. There's also people flying in multiplayer if you're just getting started, too. This is not like a typical computer game. Typical computer game, you usually spend about 10 minutes learning how to play the game, and then you play, right? There is weeks and months of stuff that you get to learn about flying in Flight Simulator and stuff like that. But you're learning stuff from the real world. It's not like you're learning about stuff from Ever and Cassandra's world in Assassin's Creed. So, you know, that kind of learning is, you're learning like real stuff. Okay, so we're gonna need to do a fuel. So since we're here in the hold, let's get some notes ready to go. Loop number 1.
Quick question from Scandi 28.
Okay, let's go ahead and get ready to note our fuel in 2 miles. Okay, so 2 miles and we need to note the fuel so that we can make sure that we've got enough fuel to do this. And how much fuel, how many loop-Ds we can do.
Scandinavian 2865, descent flight level 140. Descent level 140.
So I'm keeping an eye on FOB, fuel on board. We have half a mile to go. We've officially entered the hold. There's the hold. Our current fuel is 4.340. 4.340. Now when we come back around, we're going to do the fuel again, and that tells us how much fuel we've got for our loop. That's right, David, we're learning about real stuff. So yes, it's a sim and all that, but it's actually real things. And if you're thinking about, you know, a career in aviation, one of the best places to start is right here in a flight simulator. All events.
411 descent flight level 150.
Flight level 150 now for Scandinavian 441. So we just started our descent down to 15,000 feet. Our speed is also going down to what they call in an Airbus, it's green dot speed. And that is our minimum clean speed. That's basically, we're going slow. This is how we're going to use the least amount of fuel in this particular hold. Because we don't want to use a lot of fuel in the hold. We don't need to get anywhere fast, so we don't need to be going at warp factor 10 here. So it's slowing us down to a clean speed. So we use smallest amount of fuel to extend the amount of time that we might need to be in the hold. That's right, low vis is right. We do have, there are some people that started flying with the spy flight, oh, you know, 4 or 5 years ago. And yes, they are now flying in airlines. And you get, and David, there's another cool part. Sunrise and sunset, Microsoft Flight Simulator is pretty freaking amazing. It really is really, really awesome. Canuton, it's great. Nice view.
You actually fit perfectly, and the hold is not even reasonable for you. So direct to Rossby and then just continue the arrival, 53 Charlie.
Direct to Rossby and continue the arrival, 53 Charlie, 1258, and take back.
So flaps are up, and we're just going to go. Speed's still coming down, and it'll still drop our speed a little bit more.
Scandinavian 2872, descent flight level 160.
Well, we're not quite at green dot speed. We could go a little bit slower. I'm going to go ahead and pull it, and I'm going to reduce that down to about 200. So we'll use even less fuel. Now we're coming around here. There's 1, 2, 3
confirmed.
airplanes. There's also
Top
one
clearance
above us.
granted, Agent.
Pirate
Loyalty
Dakota is
noted.
back. Hey, Pirate Dakota, welcome on in. So we'll get our next fuel, and then we'll kind of project ahead and see how many loops we can do. This is loop number 1. I think we've done up to loop 3 before they kick us out. Pirate Dakota, thank you for a nice resub on Twitch. Thank you for being here for 8 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the extra support. 'Tis summertime. That's when it drops off. Thank you for keeping yours going and helping me to keep the lights on. Dogs is here. Hey, Dogs. Welcome aboard. Dogs, we're going to do Naples to Calabria. There's a big volcano down there, huffing and puffing. So we're going to see if the visibility is affected.
Nordic 3, Echo Tango, contact Copenhagen Control 133, decimal 155, good night. One three three 155.
Pirate Dakota says it's busy in Florida in the summer.
Scandinavian 2865, contact Copenhagen Control 133, decimal 155.
I think that's next for us. I tend to do a few things a little bit.
Scandinavian 441, contact Copenhagen Control 133, decimal 155, goodbye.
133155 for Scandi 441. Thanks.
Bye-bye. Scandinavian 28.
133155. We're good to go there. This controller must be signing off.
Maintaining the hold to you identified.
Copenhagen, good evening from Scandinavian 441 in the hold at Rossby at flight level 150.
Scandinavian 441, Copenhagen identified.
Okay, we're in with the controller.
Copenhagen Control, good evening, Scandinavian 2865.
I know, Pirate Dakota, summertime in Florida is really busy. You've got all of those alligators down there.
What is your position?
So, and a few other things too. Hey Ricky, welcome aboard. It is very busy where we're going. This is sort of like the Monday edition of, Frankfurt Friday. It's the low, it's like Frankfurt Friday. This is a busy one.
Scanner 2872, roger that, and Scanner 2865, roger.
Pirate Dakota has got a landscape. Yeah, landscaping. I'll bet it's really busy for you now. It's really busy for you.
Copenhagen identified. Descend flight level 160, enter hold over Rossby as established, flight level 160.
Okay, we're good here. Just waiting to get a loop fuel, and then that's gonna help us project ahead. So,
6843, my mistake. Hold over Lucas.
We need final reserve and alternate, which is 1.994.
Nordic 3, Echo Tango, release from the hold. Continue inbound Toronto, Tango November Oscar.
Okay, 1.994 is final reserve. That's when we have to make the call to go to our alternate if they can't get us in. And our alternate is AAR.
24 Tango Alpha Copenhagen identified cloud level 28.
Smoky Dave. Hi, Smoky Dave. Welcome on in.
Danish 433 contact Copenhagen 6135 290.
Monday. I gotta figure out some other way to say that. It just is so wrong.
43 might contact approach 119 display 805.
That's probably next for us. 119805.
Right.
There we go. And we are 6 miles away from Rossby again.
Scandinavian 2865 descend flight level 160.
Happy day after Sunday. There you go. Yeah, happy day that here on the Spy Flight we're trying to extend the weekend vibe just one more day. Just trying to keep that weekend vibe going for one more day. Pirate Dakota, that's right. Every day is Friday here at Spy HQ.
Red 3571, Copenhagen identified.
3 miles to go, so I'm looking at mileage up here, which is 3.5 miles to Rossby down here, and then we're going to get the current fuel there, do some math, and figure out what we've got.
Speedbird 8 Tango Delta, release on the hold, descent flight 120.
We've only got 2 airplanes ahead of us now. I don't think we're even going to get a second hold. A second loop today.
Any heading or direct?
Direct Kilo Oscar Romeo.
Direct course, Speedbird 8 Tango Delta.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fuel is 4100. Okay, let's go get Mr. Calculator, because math can be hard. So we started the loop at 4.340 minus 4.100. 0.24 is what we need. So, at our current fuel, let's see. I've got 8 loops. I think I've got 8 to 9 loops. They're going to probably kick us out now, but we're on loop number 2. Maybe even 10. Carol, that's right. You're getting closer too, aren't you? Now we're going to get probably direct to Toronto after this. So there we are holding over here. So when they kick us out, it'll be direct to Toronto. Next flight, we are departing out of Naples in Italy. So get your Italian pizza vibe going. And we're doing cargo flying down to Calabria. Free pizza for all the people by the volcano.
American 117 Copenhagen identified.
Yeah, Carol, I think that's you. You've just entered the hold behind us.
180 enter hold over Lucas as published.
We're going to do our own speed. Hold speed is not good.
180 via Lucas to establish. And that was descent to what? I'm sorry.
Loviz is going to do an Alitalia RJ70. Oh, really? I was thinking of doing an Ataro. It's been a while since we've been in the cool blue Ataro livery, but I figured, no, let's not do the A320 twice in a row, so we'll take the A300. I think that the 777 might be a little bit big for Calabria.
Yeah,
a little bit big. But maybe the A300 would work.
Yeah, that works. Scallion 2865 release on the hold at Rossby. Direct Toronto. Thank you very much.
I think that's the airplane ahead of us. I think we're next. Loviz says we did take the 777 into Gibraltar yesterday. You know what? Loviz is right, and I think the runway at Gibraltar is shorter than the runway at Calabria. I am properly challenged. We're taking the big monster 777. I mean, we could get more pizzas in that one, right? Pirate Dakota has a free air show in St. Augustine today, servicing a property and the aerobatic school. You had an airplane out training? Really? St. Augustine. So you got an air show. Isn't it great when you get a free air show? Cookie to cake, welcome aboard. Yes, we've got, this is a real Airbus hat from Loviz. Loviz picked this up at the real Airbus place. Good evening. Now flight level 130 in the hold for Scandinavian 441. Mr. Posh Martin flying from Atlanta to the DFW today. This one was the one. This was Loviz's trip out of Pensacola. I don't remember the actual town where the factory is. I just remember that Loviz didn't like the flight into Pensacola because it was an Indian jet and wasn't happy. But it was a great hat and a really nice coffee mug too. I think it is Mobile. I think it was Mobile, Alabama.
Descent flight level 100.
Sending 100 and please confirm the arrival for us.
Loviz reminds us it is the Airbus assembly plant in Mobile, Alabama. Thank you. Where Loviz real baby Airbus is being born.
Head of 3 Charlie
Kirill wants to know what got everybody in chat in aviation. So you got to put it what got you into aviation, whether you're just interested or whatever. As a kid, I've always loved airplanes. So airplanes has always been on my radar. I didn't pursue it as a career because at the time when I could have pursued it as a career, I'm nearsighted and you can't get a job when you're nearsighted. Smokey Dave says it was all the buttons. They assemble Airbus A320s and A220s in North and South America where Loviz went. And there's Rossby again. And there is Loop-de-Loop number 2 complete, working on number 3. Let's see, diversion planning. Auto Show says the pilots take 5,000 pounds as a minimum, and we'll take our alternate burn plus 5,000, and we can get to our final. Oh, really? So wow. You add a whole extra 5,000 on top of that. That's pretty smart. I always thought that I overplanned, but that's a really prudent number, I think. Cookie to Cake got to do a tour of the Airbus factory in Hamburg. You got to see the A320s, an old A380 assembly line. You got to see some A350s get to be painted. Cookie to Cake, did you also get to see Beluga? Did you get to see the Beluga too? Come in? Because that's a Beluga airport in Hamburg, right?
Copenhagen,
Airbus has really good systems, it does. Absolutely. Shoguns is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Shogun's father was an air traffic controller. You got to go in the control tower. Not a career, a jet engine technician. Shoguns, you are in aviation for sure if you're a jet engine technician.
Sorry if it's a bit confusing. I'm now managing 3 hubs, so I'm a bit busy. I'll do my best.
Cookie to Cake did see the Beluga, but just not on the tour. That's good. So Shoguns, you are absolutely in aviation if you're... let's see. Bamsey Center just hit follow. Welcome aboard. It was Navy Jets. Bamsey Center checking in from Denmark. Bamsey Center, thank you for the follow from Denmark. Another place on my list of places I want to go. Loviz wants to see the Dreamlifter plant in Charleston, but they don't do tours. Rats. Shoguns, you've got a private pilot? Hey, welcome to the Private Pilot Club. Glad to meet you. Welcome here. The best thing that I've ever done was get a private pilot's license. Absolutely best thing ever.
Scandinavian to Papa Yankee.
I was hoping for a 441. It's time to get ready to go down to Italy.
Flight level 100.
So, a Boeing 777 for our next flight. I don't use it right now, no. The license is good. My medical has been expired for years. I'm totally uncurrent. Can't do any. You know, I could go and reactivate it and do stuff, but not now. Havoy, holding in Copenhagen is not a normal thing.
What's your altitude?
It is on VATSIM.
170.
Oh, is it a thing in VATSIM?
Red 3571. Climb and maintain now. Flight level 150.
So seatbelts are still off. And we could do a little posture check. BAMSI Center says it's a standard thing in Denmark doing holds. Well, you've got a lot more airplanes, a lot more congested airspace. You have to make use of holds, you know, to keep the system going. And European pilots do an incredibly good job of that. Havoy, no, I don't think you're dumb at all. I think you probably would have known it if you'd been in one. Nobody is dumb here. Nobody's dumb here.
You're going up and down. This is very confusing now.
BAMSI, nearly all the time they say holdover as shown on the charts. I would imagine so.
Negative 150.
That way they can stage airplanes coming in. Uh-oh, coming up at the end of loop number 3. That's right, a hold coming into a busy event gives you time to set up, especially if they're flipping the runways on you. If they're flipping your runways around.
United 117, descent flight level 160.
Olivans, we're doing pretty good. I'm keeping an eye on it. We're at 3.7. So like I said, we've got a total, I think, of 8 loops. We are in loop number 3, about ready to complete loop 3. And I think we're the only ones in, so we're going to get kicked next, I think.
Conversations due to heavy traffic in this final area. We are still maintaining holds. Sorry about the delay. I hope that will come out.
Okay. So we are a mile out. We're at 3.7. We freak out at 1.9. I'm still not worried. Low vis is going to change to a cargo because setting up the RJ is pain. Yes. You know what's also a pain is that upper panel. And this is now, we have entered loop-de-loop number 4. Shogun's not lately, too busy. Your medical's expired too. You like to stay in practice. And the cool thing is, Shoguns, the sims that we've got, you really get to stay in practice doing this, don't you? Canuden, no. I think the longest one we had was almost, I think it was 17 loops, and that was a Kaitac heart attack. And then we went into another hold for 4 or 5 loops. So we got 2 holds going into Kaitac, 17 loops, and then another 3. It was very entertaining. It was very entertaining, and we did land at Kaitac. It was a fun event. Of course, 17 holds.
United
there were all sorts of Kaitac-y jokes.
So for now, turn left heading.
That's right. There was an event we did in Zurich. We never got to land because we had held so long in there. I don't think it was a huge number of holds, but we didn't board a ton of extra fuel, so we actually ended up having to divert. We never got to land in Zurich. We all had to go to our diversion airport. Zurich is just so busy on a Friday night sometime. BAMSI Center, I don't know if, there you go. There's Discord. That's right, there were several different ones. Did we divert to Bern? I think I went over to Munchen because by that time I needed an airbrow. Longest hold for auto show was 93 minutes, Houston to Dallas. You were over fueled. Houston to BWI, then a tail. Wind got you 93 minutes. Wow. Lovis was at a remote airport. Tim J says they probably have a decent beverage in Bern too.
Nordic 68 Zulu, Copenhagen, cleared inbound Copenhagen on the test 3 Charlie arrival, descent flight level 150, hold over Rossby flight level 150.
We're at flight level 130. More choices in München. Oh, let me get that going.
Okay.
So this is this what it looks like? BAMC Center. So these are all the airplanes coming into Copenhagen right now. This is what a radar scope looks like in Flight Simulator. Hi Martin, welcome aboard. Angry Wolf, welcome back. We are going into Copenhagen, but we are holding at the moment. We have got a big hold going on here. Oh, we're getting a few more holds going on. There's all sorts of holding going on today.
Iberia 67 kilo, right turn direct kilo Oscar Romeo.
Coming up, we're almost done with hold number 4. Martin, this is our first flight today. We're holding a little longer than usual. Drama just arrived with a few hellos. Hi, Drama. Welcome on in.
United 117.
Bern is a bit small for long hauls, though.
Let's see, turn left heading.
You sent a video over there. I will look for that one, Sibby. Thank you. I don't want to miss exiting my hold. Kirill, you've got extra. You don't have as much fuel?
During 7 for Papa Copenhagen, unidentified, climb flight level 280. Climb right up.
Did Pooh Bear come into chat? I missed that. Hi, Pooh Bear. Yeah, this is a VATSIM Hold'em.
Scanning at 441, release from the hold of Rossby.
Release from the hold after Rossby for Scandi 441. Are we going to Tango November Oscar?
Alpha.
Direct Tango November Oscar for Scandinavian 441. Okay, we're out of the hold. Thanks for the joke, Pooh Bear. And direct to Tango November Oscar. Direct to and back to managed speed. We'll just kick it up to about 250 on the speed now. Tim J says if you arrive after 10 p.m. in Zurich, you should go to Geneva instead. There is a strict curfew in Zurich. Okay, all this looks good. And speeds up. Let's go and add just a little.
441, contact approach 119.805.
119.805 for Scandi 441. Thanks. Have a good week. 119.805. Let's do a quick check. Copenhagen arrivals.
Top clearance granted.
Information
Loyalty
hotel.
noted.
Cream Cheese just did a resub. Hi, Cream Cheese. Cream Cheese has been here for 28 months. Thank you, Cream Cheese, for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Copenhagen, good evening. Scandi 441's direct Tango November Oscar at 13,000 feet.
Canadian 441 approach, good evening. Radar contact information, hotel is current. Expect vectors ILS 22 left.
Hotel is aboard. 22 left is the runway for Scandi 441. Thanks. And no, we're not BSing.
2865, contact
Information hotel is right there.
Good evening.
So feeling all right in the groove here. Drumma says somebody's got a case of the Mondays. Ramos, welcome aboard. Don't want anybody to have a case of the Mondays. And there we come over here. So we looped almost four times. TNO is Toronto. Yeah.
161, contact final 120.
I will remember that someday. And Bamsey, I know you put another picture over. I'm sorry I missed that.
Great job. As usual, 120205 final call sign on the schedule 161.
120205 is next for us. Cool.
Scandinavian 441, turn right heading 130 for sequencing.
Right turn now, 130 for the sequence, Scandinavian 441.
Iberia 67 kilo, maintain speed 290.
And this is looking really good. Again, using for events like this one, having something on your desk like an autopilot, holy moly, does that make your day just so nice. We can still point and click this stuff, but it's so much nicer like this. Okay, performance, we are doing great on fuel. Flight plan says we're going to have 3.2 in the tanks to land. That is almost 2 tons more than we need. So all is right with the world.
And Iberia 67 kilo, descent flight level 80, maintain the speed until further advice.
Descent of 80, maintain 290, Iberia 67 kilo.
I kicked my speed up to 290 knots too. 3XK1LO just came in with a raid. Hi Raiders. Hey, thanks for the raid.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Welcome aboard. Good to see you. We are coming in vectors to Copenhagen right now. Danny came in. Welcome aboard, Danny. And we are doing vectors to Copenhagen. There's a swarm of airplanes coming into Copenhagen. We did almost 4 loops of a hold, and we're good. Oh, you like the hat? This was a very nice gift from Loviz. Favorite hat for sure. Martin, there are a few generic flight autopilot kinds of things that you can get. Look over in Amazon to give yourself an idea. Look for Logitech autopilots and stuff. And there's some generic ones that you would use in conjunction with SPAD.next. I'm really like the immersion that I get with, you know, the autopilot one from WinWing. Chances are I might pick up some of the stuff that they're going to do after the trade wars are done. Maybe I'll pick up the autopilot for the 777 and, you know, the FMC. Maybe we'll see. We've got to see what happens with the economy and all that other stuff. Quite the turnout here.
8636, turn left heading 210 for sequence.
Yeah, Loviz has good advice. Wait till you're on the PC. You can use the mini FCU.
Right, that's the 10.
That's right. You could also use things like that with any airplane. It's just going to be a little bit different. Noodles is here. Hi, Noodles. Good to see you. Welcome on in. Next flight.
Canadian 441, descent flight level 80.
Flight level 80 now for Scandi 441. And we'll do speed to 250. Kirill got out, so everybody got 4 of them. Bamsey Center says the tower's really busy, and Atlas System says it's sushi time. Atlas System.
Scandinavian 441, proceed direct Charlie Hotel 631 to rejoin the star.
Charlie Hotel 631, we will rejoin the star there for Scandinavian 441. In this airplane, I like to kind of get us make the turn and then do our direct to. And it was scanned Charlie Hotel 631. Direct to Charlie Hotel 631, and there we go. Practice in technical and procedures, but I really don't get the feel of it. When using VR, it's way better with visuals and a slight... VR is going to be really good, Shoguns. You're absolutely right. I think that VR in something like DCS World has got to be absolutely amazing. I did try VR with an older set of VR glasses. I did that with X-Plane a long time ago, and it was okay. And I might get good at that with some of the newer ones. I don't know. After a while, because of flight simming and stuff, I mean, we play for hours in flight sim. That's a little heavy on your head. Yeah, VATSIM, it's pretty hard. You've got to... That would be hard to do.
Area 67 kilo, descent 4,000 feet, QNH.
Not impossible, but I think you could do it. And there's our approach.
Area 67 kilo, descent 4,000 feet, QNH 1013.
11,000 feet. We got to do seatbelts now. Seatbelts. Cabin call.
2872 at flight level 130 going direct to Tango November Oscar.
Scandinavian 2872 approach, good evening, radar
everything else is set here.
Expect Victor Silas runway 2
Naples to Calabria is next. I don't expect a lot of ATC there tonight. Maybe I'm going to be wrong. But if you're new to VATSIM, this might be a good flight for you to join us on. Let's see. Final Rabbit. VATSIM would be hard to speak.
Direct Charlie Hotel 61.
Changing frequencies quickly, I think would be hard.
Scandinavian 441, continue descent 4,000 feet, QNH 1013.
1013, continue the descent to 4,000 feet, Scandi 441. 1013. 1013. Let's just get that done right now. Backup altimeter 1013. That's all good. I'm sorry, I'm starting to fall a little behind in chat right now. We'll catch up when we get a little bit closer. JBS, we're actually going to Calabria, which is just off to the side of Mount Etna.
Scandinavian 441, speed 250 knots or less.
250 knots or less for Scandi 441. I've got an airplane. Yeah, let's go. They said or less. I'm going to go and do my 210 now.
With 8636, third.
So yeah, Lopez says there's no ATC in Italy right now, so this might be a fun flight for you to join us. I'm also going to switch the time. Usually I fly live weather and live time. Weather will be good, but the time's going to be a little bit different. That's Shoguns. That's that. How do you write notes in VR? You know, how do you write that?
With 8636, descent 4,000 feet, QNH 1013.
1013, 4,000 with right
63.
Haven't had a chance to, Noodles. We'll get around to it. I'm sorry it takes so long. There's an awful lot going on here. I didn't even get signed on time today.
Scandinavian 441, maintain speed 220 knots.
220 knots now for Scandinavian 441. Tim J says that there is VATSIM ATC in Nice. I don't know if we want to go that far from Mount Etna. Flaps 1.
Condor 2, Papa Mike, descent flight.
Speed brakes. Auto brakes. Set.
With 8636, proceed direct Charlie Hotel 626 to return the star.
7,000 feet. Let's do lights. Nose light. Cabin call. Seats for landing.
Scandinavian 2872, descent flight level 80.
80 from Scandinavian 2872.
Okay. Posture check. Get ready to do flying stuff. And rudder pedals and stuff like that. Everything looks good there. ILS runway 22 left. Be prepared for the possibility.
Again, 441, contact final 120.205, call sign only. Good night.
120205 with the call sign for Scandi 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
You too.
Carol says to hydrate. We will hydrate.
Iberia 6, code discard. Lufthansa 4, Charlie November, turn left heading 290.
And let's get a little more beverage for our next flight here.
Airbus 20, maintain 180.
You can write notes in Navigraph, and that shows in VR. So Vinyl Rabbit says we can use Navigraph to write. That's an idea.
Lufthansa 4, Charlie November, continue the turn heading 250 degrees.
That's an idea. Nice mid-flight, even though you were late. David, we got 2 more. I don't know what your day's going to be like,
67 kilo speed,
but you'll see us start up and everything else on a much bigger airplane for our next one once we get into get into Copenhagen. How could I forget? Copenhagen, good evening from Scandinavian 441.
Scandinavian 441, very good evening to you, sir. Custom final. Descent 3,000 feet, speed 200 knots.
200 knots in the speed, now down to 2,000 for Scandi 441.
Iberia 767.
That means we're probably going to come in tight, dropping us down here, so that's good. 777 is next, David. Loviz says we should be able to get it into Calabria, so we're doing the 777 cargo liner. We get to do lofty cargo for that. Yeah, we're going to be making the turn in about 7 miles. Okay. Speed brakes are armed, auto brakes are set. All is right with the world there.
Scandinavian 441, maintain present heading.
Present heading now for Scandi 441. Okay, we're all good to go here. Init, performance. Approach phase is now armed. We're good to go there. Lovis says Roma radar is on, so we might have a little ATC. It won't be a lot if you're new. And the ATC in Roma is really very good.
Scandinavian 441, speed 180.
Now 180 knots for Scandinavian 441.
Final with right 636.
With 8636, good evening, Castle Final. Descent 3,000 feet.
Hi, Black Dog, welcome. Flaps 2. Seats for landing. Coming in. Not hot, but we're coming on in. Hi, Noel, welcome aboard. I do not know about the Neo being standalone. I don't know about that.
Heading 250, clear RLS 205. That's getting 265, speed 180 until 60 meters.
Noel, thank you for coming by. Happy Monday, I know. It's crazy to say that, so happy day that we're trying to make.
441, turn right, heading 130 degrees.
Right turn now, 130 for Scandi 441.
Center 4, Charlie November, maintain 180.
And really love having the autopilot for this.
118.105. So long. 180 on
Bamsey Center says, thinks it might be standalone, I'm not sure. Tim J says FedEx Flight 120 is in Naples already. Hey, look who's back, it's Lord Penguin on YouTube.
441, continue the turn, heading 190 degrees, clear ILS, runway 22 left.
Continue the turn 190 and cleared for the ILS runway 22 left, Scandi 441. Ernest Legacy, greetings to you on YouTube. Thanks for coming in. Looking good. Here comes our turn. Airplane doing really good. There's the airport over there. Tower.
1026 and tower 118-105 at Bergen 16.
118-105 is next for us. 118-105. Preset that as soon as you can. 118-105, looking good there.
Good day,
I've got localizer. I do not have glide slope. We're cleared for the ILS, so let's go get the localizer armed. Localizer's now armed. That looks good. 2,000 feet, that looks good. All is right with the world. ECAM checklist has come up. Perfect. Cabin signs are on.
Maintain 180 until 6.
Lights are on.
18105, thank you.
It's 8636, turn right heading 080 degrees.
I think that is
18750.
Okay, I've got local glide slope now too. So we've got a half triangle and a half triangle here. So both of those we're picking up the ILS. We're cleared for the ILS, so I'm going to switch from localizer to approach now. Get help from the autopilot because we're so busy right now. We are 15-mile finals. I see 1, 2, 3 airplanes ahead of us for the runway. Wow. We are being packed in tight. I wonder if we...
750, turn left heading 270 degrees.
Wonder if we're gonna... We're looking pretty good for ours. I'm about 4 miles behind our airplane, though. Okay, cargo flying Calabria to Naples to Calabria is next.
72.
Tim J is tired and is retiring to chambers after landing. Tim J, understand.
maintain 180 until 6 DME.
180 knots until 6 miles DME for Scandi 441. All set to go there.
8636.
I think it's time for wheels.
Speed 180 degrees.
Landing gear going down.
180.
There goes our landing gear.
8636, clear ILS, runway 22 left. 18750, turn left heading 190 degrees, clear ILS, runway 22 left.
We got wheels. And 6 miles DME, we're 10 miles now. Approach is armed. We're all good to go there. Wind is from the left, blowing us to the right. Right, blowing us to the left. We know the difference.
Descend 3,000 feet, speed 200.
Passengers looking out the window on Alligator Watch.
Scandinavian 2872.
Condor 2, Papa Mike, turn right heading 130 degrees, speed 200.
Right 130, speed 200, Condor 2, Papa Mike.
Scandinavian 441, contact tower 118-105. Happy landing, sir.
118-105 for Scandi 441. Thanks. Have a good week. Ground is going to be 121.905. Preset that before you jump in because we've got time. And sometimes they've got you doing ground before you get off the runway. Catstrip Tower, good evening. Scandi 441's about 7 mile finals, 422 left.
Iberia 67 kilo, 2408 knots, runway 22 left, you're clear to land.
692 left, Iberia 6 kilo.
Scandinavian 441, tower hello.
And 6 miles.
4 Charlie,
manage speed to land.
Cross runway 30, hold shuttle 2.
And flaps 3. There goes the flaps out the window.
Yeah, just confirm hold shuttle 2.
There's our flaps. Speed's coming down. Looking good. And the ECAM checklist for landing is green. We're great to land. I think the airplane's had far too much fun. No more autopilot. AP is off. Captain's got the airplane. No, no, no. There's no need to panic. No, you don't need to call your attorney. Everything's going to be fine.
Iberia 67 kilo, please expedite this label.
Thank you for the full.
Carol says no, it's time to panic right now. And really with this airplane, just barely moving your flight stick is really all you need to do. All advance, seatbelts for landing, got those all set.
Nordic Global 8638, there will be a short waiting time for you. I'll have to, or the 3 landing for you, 4 you can cross.
Could you please repeat that for Nordic Global 8638?
Yeah, hold position, there will be 2 more landings.
Okay, we will be holding short here at India, Nordic Global 8638.
Very low says we need to panic too.
11630. Iberia 67 kilo, follow Bravo,
touch low.
30 and hold short of taxiway Zulu.
Wind picked us up, blew us off to the side a bit. We can go over here.
Agent 750, hello. Break, Scandinavian 441, the wind is 2408 knots, runway 2 to left, you're clear to land.
22 left, clear to land, Scandi 441.
Scandinavian 265, follow Bravo.
Over here, airport chart.
Bravo, cross 30 and hold through to
Scandinavian 265, correct. Contact April, fix is 121.630.
21630, thank you.
Go to Global 8638, can you confirm you are hold position?
We are holding position, but for some reason there is some issue with the parking brakes, so we are very close to the runway now, Nordic Global 8638, we're very sorry about that.
Okay, roger. With the 8636 information, the traffic parked just close to the runway, he's holding position.
Tower, good day, Eurowings 31 Alpha Papa, left 22 left.
Eurowings 31 Alpha Papa, hello. With your 8636, the wind is 2408 knots.
Landing lights off.
To left, clear front with 8636.
Scandinavian 441, please go behind Airbus 340 Iberian on Bravo.
Scandi 441, we see the A340 will fall in behind them.
Scandinavian 265, contact April 121.630.
There's an A340. We're going to fall in right behind them. JBS has back pain. I haven't had a chance to check the landing rate yet. That wasn't too terribly bad, I don't think. Okay, strobes are off, landing lights are off. Got the flap open for the APU.
Can expedite crossing.
We can proceed
and
with the crossing.
there's our A340. Wow, smooth ATC tonight.
Tower Condor, 2 Mike with you, 7 mile final.
It is harder from the outside. You end up kind of all over the place.
One crossing 34 units. Agent 750, the wind is 2408 knots, runway 2 to left, you're clear to land. Nordic Global 8638, contact April 121.630.
Yeah, Microsoft Flight Simulator traditionally does not draw landing gear for landing airplanes.
Second, please, for Nordic Global 8638.
Yeah, 121.630.
Okay, speed brakes are down, flaps are up.
121.630, Nordic Global 8638.
Scandinavian 2, Scandinavian 441, contact April, frequency is 121.630.
121.630 for Scandi 441, thanks.
Western 636, cross runway 30 Zulu, April, frequency.
Runway 30 for 15 Bravo.
There's a really good A340 over in X-Plane. The one in Microsoft Flight Simulator is not great, but not terrible. I haven't really done anything with that one. So, let's see how bad the landing was. Here is our flight plat. There's all of our loop-de-loops over there. You can see all of our holds. So those were our holds. And then we kind of came in here. And we were just a little bit ahead of the touchdown point. That's not bad. Our landing was a minus 426, 1.6 Gs. Could have been a little bit softer, I guess, but, you know. Could have been softer. It's not easy to do the landings outside the airplane. So, you know, that's how that is. Angry Wolf, so yeah, I don't have that one for sure.
Thank you.
Ground, just to confirm for Emirates 15, we are cleared fire.
APU is up. That's looking pretty good.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Calabria 67 kilo behind the A380 opposite direction, taxi stand Charlie 37 via Romeo.
Behind the A380, taxi Charlie 375, Bergen, I think 6 kilo.
Catch Strip Apron, good evening from Scandi 441. We are in taxiway Bravo behind the big old A340.
Canadian 441, Catch Apron, good evening to you as well. Stand by, call you back.
It felt really good. Okay, so we'll come on up here. Usually you hold short of Zulu, which is what we'll do. But it felt really good. Angry Wolf needs help. Your flaps on the Thrustmaster calibrated. Flaps on the Thrustmaster. So, Angry Wolf, are you trying to do it? If you're trying to do it for the Phoenix, I think you have to calibrate it in the McDo here. So you need to go to McDo menu and config. And then you can see over here, there's control config. I think you need to go over and do that.
441 behind the beautiful A340, taxi stand Bravo 19 via Yankee.
Bravo 19 via Yankee behind the A340 for Scandi 441. Okay, I think that's what we'll do. So via Yankee, so Yankee is the closer one. There we go. Yankee is over there. Bravo 19. That's the one right at the end. Okay, we're good to go there. Vettel said you liked the landing too? And that was a super chat from Vettel Loesch. Did I say your name right? Wait a minute. That's a super chat. That's like a donation, isn't it? That was really nice. Thank you, Vettel Loesch. Thank you for some really nice support. I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping me to keep my lights on here at Spy HQ. Okay, looking good here. And there's the A380 that they were talking about. We're going right to the end of this one. So we're just passing by the Charlie, and Bravo 19 is at the end of Pier B. That's the next one over here. Vettel Loesch, that was really nice. Thank you for using it. I'm really new over on the YouTube, so I'm just learning about things like Super Chat. So I will get better at that, but thank you for the nice surprise. Let's see. The CEO at Ryanair is offering me a job. Actually, considering the number of flights that they do every day, I've kind of felt like, dogs, I've been a little bit hard, been a little bit mean to Ryanair. Oh, there's Bravo 19. Bravo 19 is right over there. There it is. They actually do so many flights coming in.
We said CVC Foxtrot Castaway Pan, hello. Taxi stand Foxtrot 7 via Bravo and Bisc. Question Bravo, Romeo and Bisc. Taxi for back Bravo, Whiskey, Body Blue 8638, contact tower now, 119 at the 12355.
Okay, so that looks like 19 right there.
Thank you.
I think. No, that wasn't Bravo 19. We're kind of off to the side here. We're slightly off to the side. Okay, parking brake's going on. Nose light goes off. We're blinding the ground crew. APU bleed can go off. And let's come on down here and get those engines off. Engine number 1. Engine number 2. Let's stop squawking. There goes the squawk. Looks good. Fuel pumps can go off. Oh, we got those fault lights over on the center tanks. That happens every now and then. While we're waiting for them to spool down, we'll turn off the ADAIR system. No more nav data needed. And beacon and seatbelts. And that's pretty good over there. Let's come on down here, deboard the airplane. Let's see if that jetway will come and get us. I don't think it will. Ground services, jetway. No, we're not lined up for it. So we'll have to do stairs for the passengers. And there we go. So we got stairs all set. Passengers are good. GT Boy says beer cheers. Thank you for coming on in. 3XK1. I'm really trying to get, especially with the Phoenix airplanes, I'm really trying to get the flows right on this one. Just, you know, as close as we can. So there we go. That's nice. Let's go ahead and get ready for departure out of Naples. Loviz is getting called away. We'll see you in Halifax. You got called away for a work thing. Oh, okay. Good luck with that. I hope it's an okay work deal. You approved the hat as well. I do like this one. And it's a really good, it's a good quality one too. Plus it was picked up at a real Airbus place. So it's actually a, you know, about as close to real as you're going to get for that. Let's see here. We're going to take the 7. We're going to take the 777, so we don't need the Airbus stuff. And it looks like Microsoft Flight Simulator is frozen. So we'll just have to use Task Manager to stop it there. There we go. That looks pretty good. We also do not need Sim App Pro. So we're going to turn off Sim App Pro. And we'll get out of that. And then we'll just need to go and plug in the side stick. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, you've got the same one? So you got the same one in Toulouse. All right, so let's start over here and just check out what's going on in Italy right now. All right, well, we're departing out of Naples. Naples, runway in use is runway 24. So runway 24, we are coming down here to, so let's see, LICC, they've actually got Catania up. This is the airport that closest to Mount Etna. We're going just off to the side, LICC airport. Oh, that's LICR is what we're going to. Drunken Storm, and really nice ATC coming in today. I mean, I'm not kidding. You know what? Vectors to Copenhagen is always such a great event. It really is. It really is a fabulous event. Let's go start up the sim. We'll plug in the side stick. We don't need an McDo. And let's go get our Boeing. Let's see. Duncan Storman, you were apron again tonight. Thank you for the great apron. Thank you for getting us in tonight. Again, Vectors to Copenhagen's just become such a fun event. We actually changed the spy flight schedule so we could fly in this event because we'd heard so many good things about it, and for sure, it's just so much fun. Wigbill's home. Jim Shorts, no football practice today. Life is good for Wigbill today. Okay, so let's go ahead. We're going to start to clear off some of our notes. So all of this is good. We don't need the flight here. And this is just a little notepad that I do to keep all my notes straight here for clearances and runways, and also to remind me where we're going and what the airline is. So it's going to be Naples to Calabria. We'll do a lofty cargo on this one. I don't have a DHL yet. So let's go ahead and do a flight plan. Sim brief. New flight. Okay, so this is going to be GEC flight 441. Departing out of LIRN. We are going to LICR. It's going to be a slightly big airplane and a small airport, but we're gonna prove that they can do that. Okay, we're gonna do a 777F. There's our 777F. Kirill did a nice touchdown, -150. Kirill had a much better landing. Congratulations. That's a great landing. Okay, runway 24 for departure. That looks right for us. Right now the winds at Calabria are 050 at 3. They didn't have an ATIS, so let's just use Navigraph and look at it really fast, and that way we can make the right decision for this airport. So let's go to open airport and runways. Let's see. So right now it says best choices are runway 33 and runway 11. So looks like runway 33 is probably what they're going to give us. So I'm going to plan for runway 33 here. That's also the circle to land that they usually put us on. So we'll plan for 33 on that. Okay, so, oh, well, that's what SimBrief gave me. That's what SimBrief gave me, so there you go. We're going to be on VATSIM. Let's board a little extra fuel for ATC, and this isn't going to be a big one, so I'm going to get 15 minutes fuel. That's good. Everything else is great. Generate the flight. Tim J is going to call it a night. Night, Tim J. Thank you for coming on in. I guess we're not going to use an Airbus hat here. Tim J, have a great evening. We'll see you next time. All right, that looks good. Let's turn off the old flight plan here. Get a PDF of our new flight plan. Save it to the desktop in case there's some sort of a failure and there's dogs and cats living together, massive hysteria. Okay, got that. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. All right, SimBrief in its wisdom said flight level 230. Really? Yeah, 23,000 feet. Well, it's only a 42-minute flight, so that makes sense, I guess. So 230 and file. We're filed. All that looks good. Let's come on into Naples. And I believe cargo is down over here at the 55s. So all of that looks good. Let's go start sim. And we need a Boeing 777, so free flight. And thank you to the Airbus. And we're going to do our Boeing 777 cargo liner. There it is. Let's configure it. And this is going to get our lofty cargo livery. Lufthansa Cargo. And we'll give it just a second here. And I kind of like to, if possible, let the airplane load in like this. If I let it load in like this, it will kind of, I guess, perhaps load faster. I don't know. Okay, I think there is a new title. I'll put my PDF flight plan in, which you can get over on Twitch. And that's good. Okay, there's our lifted cargo, so save and go back. And save and go back. Let's go to Naples. LIRN. Okay, and my guess was cargo. Well, there's military cargo over there. There's ramp GA, GA large, military combat, GA. That's going to be passenger stuff over there. Are they all military cargo? Well, let's just go ahead and grab this. I don't think we want to go over onto the military side. Okay, so we're going to go to parking 54. So we're going to be at stand number 054. And hopefully it should load up pretty quick. Okay, parking brakes off. Thrust reversers to Boeing mode. Side stick and nose wheel tillers good. There's our big airplane. We're also going to fly during the day. The Vibe Vault says I forgot about arrivals. So you mean programming it into the sim? Generally, I never do that. I only program in the departure. And this is how tall a normal human is standing next to this airplane to give you an idea of how big the airplane is. Let's hop aboard. But yeah, usually I don't program in an arrival in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Usually what I'll do is we'll just do that in the airplane. Let me go and add our flight to Volanta and get on VATSIM. Sparky's is back in chat. Vibe Vault, this is the PMDG 777. So there's the PMDG 777 here in Naples, Italy. And we're going to get on VATSIM here. So GEC. And this is a Boeing 77L and connect. Okay, let's come on over here and we're gonna change the clock here. So you gotta go to custom, and once you're on custom you can roll the clock back here a little bit and make it daylight. Don't really want to do the other stuff. Alright, so here we all are over here. That was the military area. I guess we're not doing, probably don't want to be in there. We're sort of out of the way here, so I guess that's good enough. And let's see, we got Vesuvius nearby, but it's Etna that is huffing and puffing, so there we go. Alright, we're on everything else. I think we're ready to go. Carol has got to disconnect for the night. Good night, Carol. Thanks for doing the first flight with us today. See you next time. Go to ground operations first. Let's go to ground service vehicles. We want to get stairs and cargo open. So over here, you can see our stairs are now open there. And the back rear cargo is opening up too. So all that looks good. Let's see. My guess is I'm going to have to put in a couple of passwords here. So if you'll be so good as to excuse me for just a sec. Ooh, check out the rain. We got another round of rain coming. So, yeah, I've still got to do this pretty much every time on this airplane. It's a great airplane, but it doesn't remember Hoppy ACARS or your SimBrief user ID, which is a little bit old. Okay, there goes Hoppy ACARS. Our network is going to be Hoppy. And our sim brief name, Spy. And let's hit save. And that's saved. It likes our Hoppy. Okay, that's it. Come on back in. All done with that stuff. Now we can request data from SimBrief. And there's our route. We're going to flip it over to Navigraph. And all that looks good. This is an older Boeing. Can links be posted in chat? Noodles, I haven't got that set up yet. I'm waiting for, basically waiting for Polyot. Polyot had to go to the hospital for something very serious. So that's why a couple more weeks have been popped in. Irving just did you a permit, so see if that works. Permit works on and off, Noodles. Yeah, it's been a problem. I'm sorry. Okay, let's do the battery. Let's do primary power. Here comes power. Let's do navigation lights, nav lights. We'll come up here and do windshield heaters. And we're going to do emergency exit lights, armed and guarded. And we'll just turn on the ADARUs right now. Okay, so now our airplane is powered up, but it takes a while for all these computers to get powered up and the screens to go on. So that's kind of cool right there. So for now, what we'll do is let's go and come to the flight plan. And our cost index is 94. And our route is, let me just copy that in, and we can go and get our charts. So that's usually what I do, is grab charts now while the computers are powering up. Hey, there is Noodles' new A320 Etsy store. So Noodles has got a 3D printer and has been doing some really cool things with the printer. And if there are some things that you would like for your A320, here's some things that Noodles is making. I mean, this panel right here looks absolutely amazing if you want a real Airbus panel like that. And I'm going to guess, Noodles, that you're making these real size. I'm guessing. So that really is amazing. And Noodles is kind of just getting this going. So there you go. All right, let's come on over here and do the airport. And we're going to do parking stands. And that's our apron over there. And then airport chart here. And we're going to taxi back to runway 24. Our SID for departure is Angus 7 Golf. So we're looking for the Angus 7 Golf. There we go, over there. Now, if I remember correctly, this is one of those airports that's got another thing here. Okay, so there's a primary departure too, isn't there? And it looks like it's Gemma. Yeah, okay, runway 24 initial climb. There's our initial climb off runway 24. So you got to get the initial climb too. Then you can go in and get the departure. So there we go. Noodles, that's your own work. It's really pretty amazing. 1-to-1 size for all the panels. That is amazing. Pedro, welcome aboard. Ricky is here too. Will 2020 airports from Flight Sim work here? Most of them do, Ricky. Most of these do work really, really well. And some of them are a little bit cranky, but not all of them. In fact, I really haven't run into anything at all. Let's see. We're doing the Fosca 1 Echo arrival. Fosca 1 Echo. This is our arrival. And we're going to come in And this puts us at Burmy. So this is going to take us right by Mount Etna. And then our approach is going to be runway 33. And there's a localizer for 33. And there's going to be also an RNAV. I'm going to just choose localizer. And it'll be vectors. We're not actually going to do the procedure turn. We're not going to do the procedure turn, but because it doesn't take us over the airport. Here is our airport and cargo. I think we've just got basically cargo by the terminal is about all you're going to get here. Okay, all of this looks good. So now we got all of our charts, and guess what? Cockpit's ready to go. Let's come on down here and do FMC and clear. Position init. We are at Naples, LIRN, LIRN. Naples, Italy. We are at stand 54. It's not in the database. Just clear it. Go to page 2, grab your GPS position, compare that with your other GPS in the airport, and just pop that in there, and that should be good. Let's see, we do have ATIS up. Let's go ahead and get clearance stuff. LIRN, departure, runway 24, transition level is 9, blah, blah, blah. LIRN center. CPDLC is Roma radar. So I don't know if that's going to be good for departures. We'll just call them up on the radio. How busy can they be? So that's going to be 132. 132.840. 132.84. Let's pop that up.
Direct to Echo Sierra.
And this looks good there too. Might need to turn the mic on.
Direct scope 2480.
Okay. So that looks good. Let's go ahead and get the route while they're still talking, and route request. And there we go. Hi, Silent Banshee. Can you descend using speed mode like in the climb in the CRJ? This one doesn't really have a speed mode. This has a lot more, so it's a lot better than in the CRJ. But yeah, we'll be in the CRJ next, so you'll see that. Roma Radar, good evening from Lufthansa Cargo 441. We are on the ground over at Napoli, requesting clearance to Calabria.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, Roma, ciao. Clear to Reggio Calabria, Agnes 7 Golf departure, runway 24, initial climb 1000, correction, initial climb 6000, Cock 1000.
Germany, Lufthansa Cargo 441, cleared to Reggio Calabria for runway 24. Agnes 7 Golf departure. Initial climb is 6,000. Squawk is 1,000.
Cargo 441,
Cool. Okay, we can go ahead and plug that in. So, good news. All right, let's go ahead and we're just going to load the plane. Airplane is now loaded with all of our cargo. Let's load the fuel. Fuel is now loaded. Clear that one, and now we're going to do the route. And that usually takes a couple of clicks here. So it requests the route.
Thank you,
But yeah, as far as like doing speed mode, you can descend using speed mode. Silent Banshee in the CRJ. Thing is, actually it's Polyot that was telling me the way that you're supposed to do it in the CRJ is you descend, use your throttles to control your speed and just use the speed knob, the dial, as a bug, and then you descend using vertical speed. I usually start in speed mode, so I usually will start it in speed mode and then go over and use vertical speed and then control, you know, our speed, airspeed, with the throttles and the CRJ. And I don't know how long you're going to be here, but our third flight today is probably someplace into Halifax and a CRJ, probably the 900 today. All right, all of this looks good. There is our route. That looks just fine. Let's activate it and execute it. Cool. Departure and arrival. We are departing off runway 24. It's the Agnes 7 Golf. Agnes 7 Golf. And execute that. Index coming back in. Our arrival, we are expecting... I loaded localizer alpha, I believe. So I think I got the localizer alpha for runway 33. We're doing the Fosqua 1 Echo arrival, Fosk 1 Echo. And there's no transition, but it's Deidre or RCA? No idea. So at Fosqua, as we come on in, there's Deidre right there. That's the initial approach fix. And I'll bet that just joins right up with the localizer. Yeah, look at that. There's Deidre. Let's do the Deidre transition and execute that. That looks great. Back to the route and performance. And accept the current performance numbers. Airplane is now loaded. So to save, let's get it going here. Ground operations, we're going to close side cargo. The side cargo door takes a while to close. So get that closed rather quickly. All right. Everything looks good here. Our flight is 23,000 feet. Our zero fuel weight for today's flight is 529,215. So 529.2, and that's correct, 529.2. Looks good. Thrust limits. Let's go and do that now. With the airplane loaded, we'll go to performance. We are departing off of runway 24. Import all of our weights from the airplane. Import the weather. And calculate. While that's thinking about it, our altimeter here today is 1021. So hectopascals 1021. And we got an initial climb clearance of 6,000 feet. Let's get that programmed in so we don't forget that. Takeoff, we're going to derate -1 with 46 degrees. -1, 46. And why didn't we get... Let's go to takeoff now. Flaps are going to be 5 and center of gravity is 26.7. 5 flaps and center of gravity is 26.7. That's correct. Speeds for departure are 156, 157, and 161. 156, 157, 161. Let's get 161 up here in the autopilot. 161 is good to go there. That looks good. And all of that's right too. All of these numbers are good. We're done over there. Go back to ground, and we're going to go ahead and close the main door. There goes our main door closed. Stairs are gone. And we'll come up here, and APU starts. Let's also turn on the cabin utility in case we've got some people back in the back flying with us today. And more importantly, to turn on the coffee machine. All this is looking good. APU can come up. Let's get our runway heading for departure. So runway heading for departure is over on charts, airports, and here in Napoli, the heading is 234 degrees. 234. There we go. 234 degrees. Good. Altimeter is set. Speed, heading, altitude. Flight directors can go on. Got flight directors on. Everything's looking good here. APU is up and is coming up. I hope. It's not up yet, right? Did I get the APU on up and running? APU is running. Good. Yep. Let's disconnect ground power. And we're going to turn on the hydraulic pumps. Here comes all of our hydraulic pumps. Let's also go ahead and we're going to turn on our fuel pumps. Passengers are aboard. Doors are closed. We're going to turn on the seatbelt sign. All of this looks good here. Let's do a checklist because this airplane is complex. Okay, oxygen check. We have oxygen. Flight instruments, heading and altimeter are set. Parking brake is not set. Mike has just arrived in time for takeoff. Welcome on in. Parking brake is now set and the pre-flight checklist is complete. Pre-flight checklist is complete. Let's get pushback helper ready to go. And pushback helper is good. Let's get the tug ready. And here comes the tug. Anybody else show up here? Just us chickens over here. Parking brakes are on. Let's go back to ground operations. Let's go to doors. We're going to arm the slides on all of our doors for evacuation in case that's a problem. And ground power is disconnected, so we can let them disconnect ground power. That way they don't shock themselves, and we'll remove the chocks. That all looks good. Back over to the electronic flight bag. And that looks good too. Everything's good here. The tug is connected. Let's do the before start checklist. So supernumerary signs, that's no smoking and seatbelts, kind of ridiculous name, but there you go. V2, heading and track and altitude are set. Takeoff speeds, rotate at 157, they're set. The CDU is set, the trim is not set. Our trim is supposed to be 5.25. There's the trim indicator down there. So there's 4.25, 4.50, 75, 500, 5.25, and then make sure it stops. Sometimes I hold on to that a little bit too much, and it doesn't stop, and that's the incorrect trim setting for takeoff. Trim is set, taxi and takeoff briefing, yeah, sort of. And let's do beacon is on, and that checklist is complete too. All right, everything is looking good there. Let's check for another updated ATIS. Information Charlie. Just listening to make sure we don't broadcast over somebody. Roma Radar, hello again from Lufthansa Cargo 441 at Naples with Information Charlie. Stand 54 requesting startup and pushback.
Lufthansa Cargo 441. Confirm your stand, I cannot see you. There you go. Cargo 441, push and start approved facing north, QNH 1021.
1021 on the altimeter, push and start north facing for Lufthansa Cargo 441. Shall we go? Transponder on, parking brakes off, and away we go. Out we go there. Let's come over here, and we're going to start engine number 1. Starting 1 during the push. That's right, it's also going to show in the flight controls. Meebwal, I hope I said your name right. And I usually verify that after start. I use the indicator by the pilot's, right knee. I usually set it with that, but I verify it on the page you're talking about.
Okay, once I call mode of Lake 1 Tango inform, have a good night, sir.
And pushback helper just gave up, so parking brakes on.
That's
about as good as we're going to get.
Zoma Fiumicino stand 408 with information Charlie requesting Alpha currents to Napoli.
Walker 5173 clear Napoli, Totac 5 Alpha, departure. 359 Hotel transition, runway 25.
Okay, looks like we're getting a decent start here on engine number 1. Tim is back. Hi, Tim. Tim Arnold is dogs over on Twitch. Hi, Tim. Okay, everything looks good. We got a good start on engine number 1. Starting engine number 2. And that looks good. Let's do fuel. How's it looking over on YouTube, Tim? And here comes our very, very big engine over here. In our very big airplane. Sounds on the 777 are actually quite nice. I'm sure that there's a Boris out now, or there soon will be, but these are not bad. And this is all looking pretty good. And good start looks like on engine number 2. That's looking good. Let's come on up here. We're done with the APU. APU can go off. Flaps are going to be 5. Auto brakes RTO. Let's do cancel and recall. Cancel recall shows TCAS is active. Now we're going to do that flight controls that Meadwall was talking about. So elevators all the way up, all the way down. Looks good. Rudder all the way to the right, all the way to the left. That looks good. Left ailerons all the way up. Return all the way right, return, and verify stabilizer trim is still what it's supposed to be, 5.25, 5.25. That looks good. Checklist time. Anti-ice not needed. Recall is done. Auto brakes are set. Flight controls, we just checked those. Ground equipment is clear. The before taxi checklist is done. And we can go. Roma radar, hello again. Lufthansa Cargo 441 pushed and started from stand 54 in Naples requesting taxi.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, taxi point Golf runway 24.
That's going to be holding point Golf via Tango, looks like Delta here. Holding point Golf via to runway 24. Lufthansa Cargo 441. We'll figure it out. Parking brakes off. And everything looks good. Look to the left. Nothing over there. Look to the right. And here we go.
Descent flight level 900.
Might need a little bit of power on this to get it going. Very heavy airplane. And out we go there. Hopefully Vesuvius is not upset with us today. And we're going to need just a little bit of oomph to get us going here. Pizza on the way to the volcano zone. Airports data, TCAS. Now we're going pretty good, so thrust idle. Everything's good to go down here. That's right. That's why we're going there, Martin. There has been an eruption today. Apparently, you know, there's ash and some low visibility. We'll see what it's like. Now, when we get there, you're not going to see an awful lot of You'll see Mount Etna, maybe some clouds around it, but mostly what you'll see is perhaps diminished visibility from the eruption. That's usually about it. Before takeoff checklist, and before takeoff checklist, flaps are set. Before takeoff checklist is done. Got a couple of wing views here, but the windows in this airplane are really quite small. Okay, we've got an initial departure. So after takeoff, heading 220, after 1,200 feet, we can turn direct to Gemma. Speed's only supposed to be 185 knots. We have to stay below 6,000 feet. After Gemma, below 6,000, we go out to Agnes. Picking up a little speed here. Yeah, we're ground speeds 22 knots right now. That's a touch fast. You want it to be closer to 10 to 15 in an airplane this big. And we were supposed to go to taxiway Golf. That is Echo. Echo. That's Golf, straight ahead. Full length. Because, you know, pizza's heavy. This is going to be an LNAV, VNAV departure. We'll arm that. Auto throttles are armed too. And Golf's right here. And our hold short point's coming up. Runway 24, clear for takeoff. Lufthansa Cargo 441. Thank you. Strobes.
My worker 5173.
Strobes are going on.
Taxi runway 25.
Focus 45173, taxi.
Big airplane. Let's get most of the runway. And turn around there. Lights.
Point Bell Bravo, runway 25, and November Golf Hotel and Bravo.
Shall we go? Throttle's going up a little bit. Mustaches here. Let's hydrate after takeoff. Engines are stable. Clock is running. Auto thrust is set. Computer's got thrust set for takeoff. Up, and away time. $80 knots checked. Steering with rudder pedals. Rotate. Oh, forgot to do TCAS. Positive climb, gear going up. There goes our gear. Missed the turn just a bit. Traffic is set. Dastinger says it is nasty in Tokyo today. What's going on in Tokyo? Dastinger, is there bad weather that I missed? And continue the turn. And flaps up. Flaps are up.
Rumor radar, good night. Shamrock or Yankee with Cecil 366.
Gear up. Auto brakes are off.
5512, Brooklyn.
There's 3,000 feet. Actually, we could be climbing a lot faster. Start the turn to Gamma.
41, Roma confirm spoke to 1000.
What's up, Shamrock 44 Yankee?
Negative.
Lufthansa Cargo 441. Yep, squawking 1000 now. Thank you.
Radar contact, climb to level 230 and direct to Polska.
Continue the climb, flight level 230, and we are direct to... what was that again for our direct for Lufthansa Cargo 441?
Polska.
Lufthansa Cargo 441. We've got it. We are direct to Fosca.
Typical Italian direct. As soon as you depart, direct to the initial of this time.
Got it set. I was just looking for it in our list of a list of waypoints, and we got it. Thank you. Direct Fosca for Lufthansa Cargo 441. Okay, so Boeing, you got to keep your heading indicator straight up. That's looking good too, passing 6,000 feet.
For takeoff, Worker 5173.
And we can just do an open climb now. And that looks good. Mary Arbitrary is doing Bozeman approach today. On the live network, not the training server. How do you like the Bozeman area, Mary Arbitrary? Former weatherman, do you find yourself studying weather charts like you did when you were on TV? No. Weather is a little like aviation. You never really give it up completely. And I mean, there are certain charts that I don't bother looking at anymore because I'm not trying to put together a forecast for broadcast anymore. But there are a lot of raw data charts that I will look at just because if I want to see what the weather's going to be like, I'd like to know some things. So that's kind of what you do. Mustache Bonsoir, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. Gotta do that for sure. But yeah, as far as, you know, the broadcast kinds of things, I don't mess with that, but the raw data, oh, absolutely for sure. A lot of funny minimum altitudes, probably because of the terrain around there, right? It's the terrain, Mary Arbitrary. Foxtrot's back in chat. Hello, Foxtrot. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Good to see you, and thank you for coming by. Dastinger says it's pea soup in Japan, in Tokyo today. So, really low visibility. Well, around Bozeman, you know, you've got a really long valley in Bozeman out to the west. But then as you get closer to town on the north and south sides, you've got hills, and then you've got a pass on the west side. So you've got all sorts of entertaining things there. Hidmaster, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. We've got this flight to do and one more after this. Okay, our speeds are looking good. Everything looks good there. Now, I don't know that they've actually got an ATIS where we're going. So, let's just look at VATSIM radar and see what we got. Here's our airplane, and we're coming down to LICR. Okay, they don't have an ATIS up, but we do need the latest weather, so we can get that automatically. And we're going to do that. Let's get the comms menu up. There's comms. We're going to go to flight information and ATIS request. We're going to LICR. LICR. Put that in the box. We're just going to get PMDG data, which is basically raw weather data, and we'll just get that auto updated.
case, I need you to stop at 7,000.
In some cases, you're right, Lion Drummer. There's some people that, based on their experience with the job and stuff, they just want nothing else to do with weather. I still care about the weather outside. I still have to live in the weather. And because we fly in the weather, in Flight Simulator and stuff like that, we got to deal with real-world weather. Plus, I've always been interested in that, mostly from an aviation standpoint. But then also there's things about, where I live. I'm in the inland Pacific Northwest. One of the things that we've got that we're dealing with right now is increased wildfire smoke. So I'll go and get the wildfire smoke map and just have a look and see what we got going on and where it is. And so this kind of shows you, at least in North America, where all the wildfire smoke is. And this is public information. This isn't a super duper secret weather thing. That's from the National Weather Service. I just put a link in if you'd like to check it out and see. But it also shows you where all the fires are. So I'll take a look at that. If we've got severe weather, I still go and check. I'm sorry, Lufthansa Cargo 441, were you calling?
No.
Okay. This is severe weather. So this is where you have a chance of tornadoes and severe thunderstorms and stuff. This is called the Storm Prediction Center. And so this is a really important thing to be able to look at. And then if there's hurricane data, there is the National Hurricane Center. So I'll still take a look at these sorts of things. And so definitely I'll check that out. All right, looking good here. You can see, wow, our arrival is a big bowl of spaghetti there. Look at all these waypoints. Man, that's a lot. And our climb's going good. Let's do cabin signs to auto. Cabin signs to auto. We should have done our landing lights and the nose light off. And I better pay a little bit more attention as opposed to yammering here. And we're almost done on our departure. So we're good to go there. Let's see. Okay, airports. We are not going back to Naples, even though they have better pizza. We don't need the initial or that. The next thing for us is the star. We're direct to Fosqua, and we should expect maybe flight level 110 by Fosqua. And here at the final approach fix,
Ron Radar, hello, Tomjet 279 with you, climbing level 3.
we are coming in over to Pequod and then Deidre. That's a pretty tight turn. Wonder what we're going to get there. And Mount Etna is these contours over here. If you look on the approach chart, you see a little bit of Etna over there too.
Walker 5173, direct to Coupet.
Direct Coupet, Walker 5173.
And that's our overall.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, which arrival would you like, which approach would you like to radio?
Lufthansa Cargo 441, we loaded in the localizer Alpha for runway 33, if that's convenient.
Roger, so clear the Fosca 1 Echo, expect the actually cleared actually no arrival, direct to Reggio Calabria VOR, Romeo Charlie Alpha, and expect to shoot the localizer from the VOR.
All right, we're now direct to Reggio VOR. And that one's going to be Romeo Charlie Alpha, and then expect the localizer Alpha, runway 33 for Lufthansa Cargo 441. That makes it a lot simpler. All right, so legs, let's go to the Reggio VOR, RCA, I think that's the missed approach.
Runway 2480.
We're going to need to change the arrival here. So let's go to departure and arrival. We need to do the localizer alpha via RCA. Now we've got that. We're going to deselect the arrival there. Execute that. Now we're going to go to legs. And RCA. So now we're going to go and take that RCA and put it at the top of the list, and that's direct to RCA. And that should be our arrival. Just Another is back in chat, generating ortho. Oh my gosh. That is a heck of a throwback. Where are you generating ortho for? Just Another scrub. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming in. Okay, let's come on over here and just kind of zoom out a little bit. We're good to go there. Our next flight is going to be Moncton Monday. So let's go ahead and look over around Halifax and see what we want to do. So let's see. We've got Halifax is up and running. Halifax is using runway 23 for arrivals now. Not a lot of ATC. Boston is up, so we could depart Boston for Halifax. Let's see. Russ says maybe look at CYQB. Let's see. CYQB. That would be departing out of Quebec. So Russ thinks that maybe Quebec would be a nice departure. That'd be a nice chill out flight. So CYQB, I think we've all got a scenery for both of those airports. That would be a nice one for the CRJ2. That's also a good one if you're brand new to this VATSIM thing. That would be a good flight for you to fly with us too. Not a ton of ATC, but a little bit, which is a great way to kind of ease into this as opposed to a big VATSIM event. So Quebec to Halifax. I will update the next command for that. Thanks for the suggestion, Russ. Okay, let's go. I'm going to probably do an Air Canada Jazz CRJ for that flight. That's going to be, I believe, a CRJ9. AvGeek Fozzie has arrived in chat. Welcome aboard, AvGeek Fozzie. Okay, we're looking good here. How are we doing on this? Top of descent is coming up relatively quickly. And we've also got the latest weather, and that's going to be over here. So new messages. Right now, the winds are 050 at 4 knots, not very windy at all. Visibility is good. Altimeter is 1021. We can preset 1021 in the altimeter. 1021 is set. Minimums for our arrival are 1,630 feet. So we'll set that.
Walker 5173, distance by level 1.
There's 1,630. That's 59.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, when ready, descend by level 112.
When ready, descend flight level 110. Lufthansa Cargo 441, thanks. Flight level 110. Lufthansa Cargo 441, we should be direct to Regio right now.
Do you have the latest weather information for Regio?
We do. We've got surface winds of 050 degrees at 4 knots. Visibility is good, 19 degrees. The altimeter 1021. Okay, this needs to be 1630. And there we go. Two really small numbers. So there is our altimeter preset 1021, and there's our minimums 1630. So all of that is good. So we're going to be coming in after Calabria. Regio will come in over here, maximum 200 knots, and over the VOR it's going to be 6,000 feet.
After Cockpit, proceed to Bento.
Airplane should start the descent like a good airplane. Okay, we got that information. We'll cancel that. That's clear. And I think we're all ready to land here. This is a really cool approach. It's an offset localizer. And when I started flight simming, if I saw something like offset localizer like this, that was like almost panicky. That was like, oh my God, we're all gonna die. Because you expect a localizer to send you right down to the runway. Thing is, I really wanted to fly into Kingston, Jamaica, because that's where Ian Fleming, who wrote James Bond novels, used to live. So I wanted to go to Jamaica, but it was an offset localizer. The offset localizer here is a lot. I mean, if you see, here is where we're going to come on in, chug, 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 right down here. And then we've got a pretty good turn to final. The one in Kingston is not nearly like this at all. So this one's going to be pretty good. It's also got some really cool lights for your turn to final as well. So this is a really fun approach, but it used to freak me out a little bit doing these offset localizers. Now I love them.
A bug, so we can't move now. We are blocked on the
over to VNAV, 4 miles from top of descent. So the airplane should start descending us now.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Hidden Master just hit the follow button. Thanks for the follow. Welcome on in. Appreciate a nice follow. Thank you for that. Next is a CRJ flight in Canada. Okay, airplane starting to slow itself down. Parallax just hit follow over on YouTube. Hey, Parallax, thanks for your follow too. Welcome, welcome. Okay, this is looking good. Almost time to descend. And there we go. And the airplane has just started down. So there's our descent. But over here, this is our descent deviation. And this is going to tell us whether or not we're on our good descent path. AvGeek Fozzie had a big exam. AvGeek Fozzie was studying for it over the weekend and passed. So 3 cheers for AvGeek Fozzie today. Congratulations. Oh, I did spell it wrong, didn't I? Sorry about that, Tim Dog. Yeah, I did. I was typing it fast while I was doing a bunch of other things. That's the problem when you're trying to multitask. And I'm just using Notepad to do these things, so there's no spell check. Because, you know, Notepad. Okay, there's an updated next command. Thank you. There's 20,000 feet. Our Lufty cargo jet is doing really good on the arrival. I think the band just gave up. Actually, I turned it down in here. They didn't give up. I just had it turned down for in the cockpit. Okay, let's bring in the map a click. And let's see, did transition get set correctly? Flight level 80, that is probably correct. We could load in winds for the descent. Probably should have done this before we started the descent. And winds are now aboard. And it's time to do the descent checklist. Oh, that was the after takeoff checklist. Landing gear was up, flaps were up. We got that one done. Let's also just do a quick cancel and recall. Nothing in. And recall is good. Notes are good. Auto brakes. I'm going to go auto brakes 4. This is short runway. Landing data. VREF. Our speeds for landing. Full flaps. 147 is what we're landing at. Landing data is good. Approach briefing was sort of complete. Checklist is done. All right, so here we are coming on in. There is Mount Etna. So again, volcanoes don't really explode or anything like that in flight sim. But if Etna's huffing and puffing or any other volcano, you should see the result as diminished visibility. So we don't get a bunch of lava or anything like that, but we do get less visibility because that's one of the things that's going to happen. It's not going to, it's not going to simulate, volcanic ash going in your engines and shutting down your engines and stuff. But it's about as close as you'll get. And you can see it's a little hazy on the horizon here.
From radar, Chow Alpine, 65 X-ray Golf, standing for flight level 295 for flight level 170.
Lion Drummer has an Antonov 124 landed in New Orleans today, and you used up all of runway 11. That's a big airplane, and yes, you will use your runway up in that for sure. And we're going to stop at 11,000 feet. We're good to go there. Oh, I was going to look and see. I think CYQB, I may have an airport scenery that I need to link. And usually it says, you don't want to link and unlink sceneries and stuff like that, but CYQB. Do I have a scenery? Yeah, I do. It's on the other side of the world. I don't usually feel bad about linking something in the middle of a flight. That's an add-on linker if you're new. That's a great way to keep all of your sceneries a little bit cleaner. And let's do cabin signs. Seatbelts going on. In case we've got some people back there. We're going to fly right over this airport.
Active 1 Alpha arrival at ILS Zulu runway 24 and descend flight level 110 Alpine 65 X-ray Golf.
I generally will like to start slowing this airplane down. This airplane.
Lufthansa Cargo 441. Radar service terminated. Descend to 6,000. QNH 1021 via Romeo Charlie Alpha. Clear for the localizer Alpha runway 3.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, continue the descent now to 6,000 feet. And we are direct to Regio and cleared then after Regio for the localizer Alpha runway 33. Lufthansa Cargo 441.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, call me reaching Romeo Charlie Alpha.
Call you reaching Romeo Charlie Alpha for Lufthansa Cargo 441. What that's all about is radar doesn't have. They don't see all over the place. And so this is actually a blind spot for them. Altimeter is still 1021. Winds are 050 at 3 knots, not a big deal. So they'll tell
direct
us
Romeo November 727.
to give them a call when we get over the VOR. And that's 6,000 feet, which is what we're supposed to be at.
Proceed to Romeo
We're a
November
little bit
727
fast now, so let's slow it down to 250. But we're the only airplanes in the pattern, so that's not bad. Might need a little speed brake to help us out, though. Speed's coming down. And if you look out on the wings, you'll see speed brakes are up a little bit. Yes, it's yelling at me because I got speed brakes up, but I want to slow down. Fact is, we're going to leave the speed brakes out because I'm a little high on the approach now because I've missed our slowdown point. Now it's going to increase our rate of descent. I hope. There it goes. Let's see if we can make it the little banana line here. If we can put that one right on top of Regio, then that'll be good. We're about 800 feet above our descent path, so that's not bad. And if you look, there is the airport, and there's our runway. So we're going to fly right over it. You'd see some sparkling lights. That's our arrival path right there. That's how we're going to do this. Checklist. Altimeters are checked and set. We'll just do that now. Checklist is complete. Good to go. Roma radar, hello again. Lufthansa Cargo 441 at Regio VOR.
Lufthansa Cargo 441, runway 33 clear to land, wind wide 052 degrees, green.
Clear to land, runway 33, Lufthansa Cargo 441. Speed. 210. We're at 240, flaps 1. Still got speed brakes out a little bit there. Speed's coming down nicely. Let's continue down to 180. These are tight turns, and this is a big airplane. Flaps 5. And that looks good. Airplane's doing pretty good. There's the airport behind us. We're going to go ahead and do our own descent. Flaps 15. Speed brakes are down. We're done with that. We got a good speed. Now we have to arm the speed brakes in a Boeing so that they'll automatically deploy when we land. Flaps 15. That looks good. Let's get gear down because we're going to be busy campers. So here comes our landing gear. Good. Gears down.
Request taxi, able Bravo Charlie, Bravo now.
Letting the autopilot do some of the work on our turn here. And you can see there's a little airplane. So we're going to come around here and continue the descent. We're going to go down to 3,000 feet at 11 miles out. And then we'll probably take over. Checklist time. Landing checklist. Speed brakes are armed. Landing gear. All we got to do is flaps, and we'll slow it down about 5 miles out. Flyer Studios, because I'm busy. The thing is these are two-person cockpits. And you never know when you're going to have to talk to ATC. You never know when you're going to have to do something extra. and you can get extra busy. And so I usually do things a little bit earlier than usual. I'll kick the autopilot on a little earlier than usual. I'll drop my gear a little bit further out than maybe the real pilots would, because I'm doing the work of 2 people on VATSIM like that, and that's the reason why. The diamond, yeah, so the diamond up here is for our descent path. I think you're right about that, Wig Bill. J-Dubs, happy Monday to you. Welcome on in. Here's our turn to final. And continuing down to 3,000. Slarty Bart, there's the other reason. There's the other reason. It's because the landing gear creates drag and slows you down. And that's the good part about that. It really is. Let's see, I forgot to do landing lights going on. Landing lights are on, nose lights ready to go. And everything's good to go here. Here's our turn. Let's see, Lion Drummer is doing MSY to EDDP. Oh my gosh, that's a long flight. Does the diamond on the left side, is it on the same as the right side of the screen? I'm not sure I'm figuring out which diamond you're talking about. Z1 Plays Games, welcome to you, and thank you for a 7-month resub. Hey, thanks for the extra resub. Really appreciate it. Thanks for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here at SpyHQ. Z1's been here for 7 months. All right, let's go ahead. I'm going to go and hit the approach button, get a little bit more help. We are looking pretty good. 9-mile finals. Okay, here we go. The diamond next to your altitude on the left screen. You're talking over here, right? Now, it's not going to show up on this one because it's a localizer only. So this is a bad example because this, we got to do our own descent. And it's time for me to do autopilot off. AP is off. VREF's 147. Let's call it 150. Flaps 20. And flaps. No reason to be sorry. Words are hard. A little bit too steep in the descent. I would much rather be coming down at about 700 feet per minute, please. I have the airport. I have the runway. Wind blew us off to the side. More flaps. All right. And let's come on over here. There's 150 knots. A little bit off to the side here.
Climb flight level 240, high speed approved.
Okay, I got 2 runways up. I'm looking for my little chaser lights. They're not very great in the daytime. Got it. It's a little flashing light right here. We're slightly off to the side. There's our approach lights. Landing. It's probably hard to see on your screen, but it's right in the middle of the windshield. It's right in the middle of the windshield. So you got some lights over here. That's not our runway. Ours is off to the side here.
Air Taxi 1612, direct Amtel.
Say again, Air Taxi 161.
Amtel direct.
Big airplane, let's start our turn early and make it a little more shallow. Got the runway. Auto throttle off.
Alpha Mike Tango Echo Lima.
Direct on Taxi 1612.
Love a good turn to final. Reverse. Reversers are good. Reversers are off. Speed brakes are off.
Smantato dal X-ray, quarter descent in 30 miles.
Okay, no turnaround here. Oh my gosh.
Quarter descent in 30 miles.
Don't want to run off the side.
Prego 441, welcome to the Italian KTAC. Some MD11 all'Italia Captain vola applicativi in worse than the real KTAC, but I don't know. Backtrack travel approved, bravo to the stand of
Bravo to the stand of our choice. It is always fun to come to the Italian KTAC, and it really is a great turn to final. Nice weather here. It's not, we were expecting it to be a little bit hazier from Etna, but other than that, a great visibility and nice winds tonight.
Flying at 5.
Okay, landing lights off. APU probably could come on there. That'd be good. Yeah, activate 4x4 on that one. This was a nice approach. Let's see how hard we hit. We were a touch high coming on
New
in,
recruit detected.
but
Welcome
I mean,
aboard,
there
agent.
was our
Stay
turn,
sharp.
and that was actually really pretty good. Didn't overturn at all. I was a little bit off to the side here, and we were a little bit beyond. So I was kind of off to the side of the runway here. Minus 440, but G's 1.12, that's not bad at all. That's not so bad at all. For a big airplane like this and a small runway, you absolutely want to put that airplane on the ground. A little bit Boso, ciao. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. And happy Monday. Thank you for coming in.
Head to land, runway 24, Alpine 65X, go.
Always a little hard to snag these. And we're going to come over here.
From going Air Taxi.
And I think they said bravo for us.
Air Taxi 1612, 122, that's mine.
And that's going to be bravo right there.
Roger,
I know, seeing the wings skimming the ground like that. Absolutely. Sphere version 5. Sphere Victor 5. Hey, Sphere, welcome on in.
Yeah, it was.
Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard and a super duper happy. Now, my guess is they probably shoved the cargo planes off to the side here.
Taxi 1612, climb 32.
So we'll kind of come over here and grab one of these spots here. Let's see, we forgot to do flaps. Next plane is a CRJ, significantly smaller than this one. Let's see, we need to do strobes off. We're off the runway. And there goes our flaps up. So we've got all sorts of great pizza from Naples. And this is a pretty nice little airport that we got here. They do some fun VATSIM events here every now and then. So they do a couple of fun VATSIM events here if you ever get a chance to come in and check it out. Don't you have a CRJ as big as this one? No, not really. The CRJ, the biggest one I've got is the 1000 like we all do. I think that we're taking the 900, which is one below the biggest one for this. And then basically just straight in, I'm guessing, for something like this. And then they kind of push it around. Now, I don't think that they would actually bring something this big in here unless it was some sort of an emergency something or other. So we'll just kind of come over here and get the wing away from that taxiway. Maybe they might have us do a tight turn like this, just because that wing would block that taxiway. So if you do a tight turn, that might put you right on that taxi line, that line there. Pilot, I'm trying to remember. I think it might be... There's an easy way to find out, though, Pilot. Go to... I'm going to put a link into chat for you. But there's a real easy way to find out. Just go and put in the airport's IC cows. In this case, it is LICR. Put in LICR into that website, and if there's a payware, it'll tell you. If not, I got it as a freeware from flightsim.to. And that's probably pretty good. Did we? Yeah, that gets our tail really clear of the runway there, so that's good. Parking brakes going on, and we should have turned off engine number 2 as we were taxiing on in there. Okay, all of this is looking pretty good. Let's turn off the nose lights so we're not blinding the ground crew. While the one engine is spinning down, we'll go ahead and stop squawking. Come over here to the ground gear page, and the first thing we want is chocks and ground power. So chocks and ground power should be in, and now we have ground power available because you don't want to start the APU on this one. Although I think I've got my APU on. Okay, there's ground power, and there goes that. And then after that, we'll do passenger signs and the beacon. We'll turn on the logo light. And we made it. Engines, these big engines take a while to spin on down, though. So before you can get too close to them, it does take a little bit of spinning down. That's why you want to stop engine number 2 as soon as you can, because you can see the ground power is going to be plugged in over here on the right side of the airplane, and you want to get that plugged in as quick as you can so you don't start up the APU. It is Maple Leaf. The 3D models and the shine on some of these airplanes really, really are amazing. They're just awesome. Are we ready for Moncton Monday? What a cool plane. I do like this one. This is the PMDG 777. I think we're having more fun with the cargo airplane, with the PMDG cargo 777 than the passenger version. See, I got a new airport to load in, so we need to reset the simulator. So we'll recycle the sim. Next flight is going to be Quebec to Halifax. So let's come over here and let's see what's happening on VATSIM radar. Nice ATC. I will tell you that the ATC in Italy is really nice. The people that do the ATC are really smart, really knowledgeable about all things ATC. Okay, Halifax is still landing on runway 23, and we're going to be here at CYQB. So CYQB is our departure airport. Sappy, were you doing ATC today? Sappy TV, great ATC, kind of fun. I really did think that we were probably going to see at least haze from Etna, from all the headlines, but I guess not. Really was kind of a nice flight in, so thanks for the great ATC coming down from Naples. Really nice day. New flight. Average Canadian's going to call it a night. We're going to do a Canadian flight now. So this is going to be a JZA flight, Jazz. And we are departing out of CYQB. We're going to CYHC. And then this is going to be a CRJ 9. I think it's a 9 that they use. Today was also a special day to fly in Italy because today is Republic Day in Italy. Oh my gosh, we should have known that. No kidding. So the tricolor flies over Rome every 2nd of June. Okay, CRJ 9, Lufty Air Canada Jazz. Loviz is departing from CYUL. See you in the friendly skies. So departing runway 24, landing runway 23. I think that's about as close as we're going to get. Not a lot of ATC, so let's just go ahead and get about 15 minutes of extra fuel. And let's generate the flight. Off we go. Mustache said to stretch in that. Mustache, thank you for reminding me to do things like stretching and moving around and hydrating and taking care. All right, all that looks good. Let's turn off the old flight plan. Here comes a PDF over here. And I'm going to save that. That looks good. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. SimBrief in its wisdom says flight level 330. I think that's reasonable for this flight. It's about an hour flight if you're wondering how late we're going to be flying tonight. Sparky says to hydrate. We are filed on VATSIM. So here is a route. I'm just going to copy this into my flight notes. And that's good. Let me save this over. So if you'd like a copy of the PDF, you can get it. And that, I think that copy is going to be only over on Twitch. I haven't figured out how to get that. CYQB is our departure airport. CYQB, that looks good. And I'll set a title and we'll be on our way. Almost done with silly stuff, and I'll catch up on chat in just a sec. Here comes the flight plan, and the flight plan's aboard too. Okay, all that's set. Vinyl Rabbit says flight level 330. You don't think we'll get that high? I don't know. It depends on the load of the airplane. I mean, these little things can be little rockets, you know. They can be little rockets. Let's see. Geek Fozzie, how do you get the plane to follow the waypoints and the route? Well, once you get on your flight path, the autopilot should do it for you. That's probably not the answer you're looking for. TT11MM says you can enable volcanic eruption settings on Flight Radar 24, and that's going to show you your ash cloud. That's pretty cool. I think it's great to be able to see things like that. Okay, let's get a CRJ. Love the Boeing 777. Cool airplane. Okay, we're going to need a CRJ 9. And we're going to need a... we're going to need an Air Canada Jazz livery. There's Air Canada Jazz. There we go. Save and go back. Okay. I usually use all the Airbus commands on this one, so save and go back. I see Russ is already at Quebec. Let's get there quick here. CYQB. Here's gate 35. That's a small gate. Why don't we go over there? And let's start the flight. Okay, that looks good. We've updated the title. We've updated everything. The only thing we need to do is get Volanta going. We'll get Volanta going and then get on VATSIM. And we don't need to change the flight stick. We're not going to use a McDo or an autopilot. So it's all point and click on this one. And that is indeed gate 35, it says. And let's go ready to fly. And if you come over here and just walk around over here a little bit, you can kind of see the airplane there. I'm going to start Volanta. Got Volanta going. Let's go to Halifax. So Shift C to get out of walk around mode. And there's our airplane. Let's just go and make sure that the controls are connected. All of those are good. I've got speed brakes. You really can't do the throttles right yet. So now let's come over and do this. You kind of have to run this airplane from the flight, from the EFB first. So aircraft, put chocks in place, ground power. Let's open up the passenger door and the cargo doors. We're going to drop the guardrails, the handrails on the stairway, and grab a jetway. And here comes a jetway. While the jetway's coming out, we can go and get VATSIM. TT11MM, is volcanic eruption something? Do you have to have a membership, a paid membership, to make the volcanic eruption thing work on Flight Radar 24? Can just anybody go and look at it? That might be a question. And Sparky, thank you for reminding me to hydrate. Maloney is in. Hi, Maloney. Welcome on in. And all that looks good. No, it's a free feature. Okay, thank you for doing that. I didn't know that, you know, some people might not have that. So I wanted to ask. JZA, and we're a CRJ-9, and connect. And Russ's airplane should appear somewhere over there. And that looks good. And it's just us, but we're in Canada, so we need CTAF. We need our CTAF stuff. Well, maybe Russ is already taxiing. Maybe I need to look around the corner here. Having a problem with FS. Oh, okay, so you're in an A306. I should still see you. Whoa. Okay, you're probably not in here yet. Oh, there's somebody over there. That might be Russ over there. That could be Russ over on that side. And I guess my default airplane is going to be a E-Jet. Okay. Let's go do CRJ stuff. So we got the door open. We're all good to go there. We can come around here and open up the cabin door and see everybody in there. Let's come on over here. So everything's good there. Go to flight plan and import the flight plan. That looks really pretty good. Now we get to turn on the airplane. Let's give the band a temporary break here because the startup sounds on this airplane are pretty good. I've got the Boris set up on this, so the startup sounds are fairly cool. So battery. It's going to beep a little bit. Navigation lights. And ground power. Ground power goes on. And we'll come over here. There's the hydraulic 3A switch. We turn that on and to start. No smoking goes to on because we're refueling. Emergency exit lights are armed. Left and right hand windshield heater goes to low. Overhead backlighting goes up a little bit. Come over here and turn on the recirculating fans. And our airplanes comes to life. Let's come down here, and we're going to want a little bit of lighting adjustment here. So integrated lighting up about 3/4 down here, flood lighting up a click, and that's good to start. Come on down here to the other side, and just off to the side, integrated lighting up about halfway, and 1 click of flood. Aviation Ryan, we'll probably wrap it up after this flight today. And then our next live flight on Twitch and YouTube is going to be Thursday. Unless something really big happens. And then we might fly then. I don't know. I'm kind of still in the let's make this up as we go kind of stage. But generally the flight plan is Thursdays. Thursday through Monday, and we're slowly evolving our departure time. We're slowly evolving the departure time to 1800 Zulu. Let's set the payload and fuel. Payload and fuel is set, and go to performance. And then you kind of need to check it because sometimes it doesn't work very well. So our zero fuel weight should be 31.4. It's 30.5. It's not bad. It looks like it loaded pretty good. We should have 87 passengers. We do. Cargo should be 2.0. It's a little heavy, but we're still a little light, so let's not bother with that. And our final fuel is going to be 4666. I am not doing 4666. We're going to do 4675. I am not doing that many things. Yeah, we'll do 4675. I'm not doing that. That's scary. Okay, set the payload. And now the airplane is essentially loaded. Initialize position. Position in it. We are here at CYQB. CYQB. We are at gate 35. Doesn't know gate 35. So go to page 2. Grab a GPS position in the scratch pad, and then just use that as your set position. Yeah, low vis. I'm not flying that fuel number. Turn on the navigation. The IRSs are on, and we're going good. Let's go and do some charts right now. So let's see. We are at CYQB, Quebec. We're going to CYHZ, Halifax. Our alternate is CYQM. Cool. All right, here at CYQB, and you kind of can't see what I'm doing over here. So let's get the camera off for a second because you can't see what's going on over here. This is really nice to go and set up. So right now, we're going to go to the airports, and we're going to start with parking positions. And there's parking positions, and we're at gate number 35. I'm going to hit the thumbtack and save it. Now we need the airport chart. Here's our airport chart. Sim brief says we're going to take off on runway 24. There's runway 24 right there. I'm going to stick a pin in that too. Our SIDs are, we didn't get any SIDs going out here, so I will usually go and just grab, the Quebec 6 departure, which means a heading of 214 degrees. And our climb and maintain altitude's 4,000 feet. So we've got that all set. That is our departure. Our arrival in Halifax is going to be the -1 arrival via Omvev, and then we're coming into runway 23. That's for runway 5. There's runway 32, runway 23. So we're going to come over here at Ulbar at 5,000 feet, and Vodab is our last checkpoint. So I'm going to stick a pin in that, come over to the approach, and we're expecting the ILS runway 23. We'll just stick a pin in that. There's Duder, Laros. I don't think we want any of those because that doesn't really transition in off the Minas arrival. Yeah, well, there's Duder here, though. So we could blow off Vodab and kick Duder here. And then that works. That's at 4,000 feet. We can handle that. And all that looks good. Now we'll come over to the airport. We need airport and parking positions. And all that's good. So that's everything that you need on that. And that's a really good little flight planner. And then when you hit the little thumbtack down there, you've got all of your charts stacked up just the way you need them. It's really pretty good. And Russ says that CTAF is 118.65. Thanks, Russ. Let's do radio 118.650. And we'll pop that in. We're going to need 122.800 for our next one. And then we'll squawk 0007 unless ATC pops on. Okay, so radios are good. All right, so all that looks great. How about let's do our flight plan? And now because we stacked up the charts and looked at it, we kind of know now how it is that we're going to go and do the flight. So, CYQB, Quebec, CYHZ, Halifax. Yes, I had to look to make sure. Our alternate is CYQM. CYQM. Our flight is JZA. Jazz, flight 441. And our first waypoint after the star is direct to Pinte, P-I-N-T-E. P-I-N-T-E. Pinte goes in the 2. After Pinte, we're direct to Omvev, O-M-V-E. And that's it. Those are the only 2 waypoints. Those are the only 2 waypoints for this flight. Execute that, and that looks good. LICR, welcome aboard. I actually like this airplane. There's a lot to do in the airplane. So as a sim pilot, it's fun. As a passenger, I hate riding in CRJs. Absolutely, eek, yuck, nope, don't like it. But for flying around in the sim, there's no auto throttle like in the real CRJ, so there's more to do. And so I'm actually having a blast with these airplanes. Plus, I get a little bit of butter on the runway, too. Departure is going to be runway 24. It's going to be the CYQB 6 departure, and execute that. Come into departure and arrivals. Our arrival is going to be the ILS for runway 23. We're doing the -1 arrival via Omvev and Duder. See how checking your charts early, it's just all in your head there, and you can plug it in. Now the real pilots are going to have their charts open and they're going to look at it. I'm not doing that. I hear Dave owns a CRJ as his personal jet. Nah. If I could have a personal jet, it probably wouldn't be a CRJ. Okay, flight plan. And all this looks good. Now we're going to do performance. Our cruise altitude for our flight today is going to be flight level 330, 33,000 feet. If we have to go to our alternate, that's going to be at 16,000 feet. Now then, let's go and open up the back flap and start up the APU. Yeah, Wig Bill, it would probably be an A319, and I'd spend extra money to be able to paint it up probably as an Air Berlin. Probably as an Air Berlin. Go to Performance, copy performance data into the flight management system, and set bugs for takeoff. We'll do flaps 8, it's a dry runway. So bugs are set, and that's good. Let's come to the aircraft, and we're going to close cargo now. Cargo doors are closing, and all of our nav data is in. Hey, consort, it looks like the wheel on your wheelbarrow. It's small. Yeah, it is small. So if you kind of come around here, definitely not that big. There's a lot of ground clutter, but yeah. It's not that high off the ground. Okay, so execute this. And let's go to VNAV, set page 2. Page 2 is our cruise winds. Cruise winds are 237 degrees at 33 knots. 237 at 33 knots. Our temperature deviation is +4 degrees. Execute that. Come over to the clock. It is currently 22:42. We're going to depart at 22:55. So page 3, 22:55. Estimated time of departure. Execute that. Go to performance. We are going to flex on departure. And that's on the Performance tab, Takeoff and Landing tab, Flex temperatures down there. We're going to flex to 35 degrees. And that means we're going to save gas and wear and tear on the engines. Let's get that set up. I think we're ready to go. Go to the load sheet, go to aircraft, retract the jetway, and raise the safety rails. There goes our jetway. Man, that looks weird. There was a Delta CRJ. That's right. That's the one that flipped over on landing. And 3 cheers to the pilots and 5 cheers to the cabin crew. Everybody got out. I mean, just an amazing story. Okay, everything looks good to go there. Let's go to charts. Airport. We're departing off of runway 24. Runway 24, our heading is going to be 241 degrees. So set our heading for departure. 241 degrees. That's a really small number underneath the artificial horizon. Okay, that looks good. Next thing is on the Quebec departure. There is a minimum climb clearance, which I forgot. It's jet aircraft, 4,000 feet. (4,000 feet). Come over to flight plan, refresh the weather, and our weather is 2981 on the altimeter. So hectopascals off and 2981 on the altimeter. That looks pretty good. That looks good. APU start. Here comes the APU. Come back to charts. Halifax landing elevation is 477 feet. 246810, 246810, 6810, 46810, 2468 should be 480 feet. Oh, it is, boy. That's one of the most awkward things about this airplane. You dial a number here, and the dial is all the way up there. It's pretty ridiculous. The pilot has no problem being in the cockpit. For us sim pilots, though, it's not so great. Okay, come to the aircraft. We're going to go and close the main door. Main door is closed. Forward cargo is closed. Center cargo, aft cargo. APU is on. Disconnect ground power and disconnect the APU power card. That's removed. Parking brakes are on. Let's disconnect chocks. Everything is clear. Go back to charts. And let's do pushback helper. Yeah, that's the worst part of the CRJ. It really kind of is, isn't it, Cambo? Everything else in this airplane works really good except for that. Okay, everything is good here. Passengers are aboard. Seatbelts are going to go on. Let's turn on the rest of our hydraulic pumps. Hydraulic pumps going on now. That looks really good. I'm going to go ahead and do the beacon. Let's get the radio on. We should turn on our transponder and start squawking mode Charlie. And CZQM Center. What did I hit? Oh, I think it was the seat. Yeah, it was that thing. Let's just make sure that's not, I think that's where we're going. I think it's still just us here. Still us little chickens here. Yeah, my guess is that is going to be Halifax. Yep, that's center. So it's still just us for our departure. Still just us. Okay, everything looks good to go here. We are squawking mode Charlie. Everything's nice there. Everything's good here. All that's done. Performance is set. I think we can go. Sim Murray is in an A319. It's probably my other right. Is that you down there? The Air Canada Sim Murray? Thanks for flying along. Shall we go? Nobody's behind us. Parking brakes going off. Parking brakes are off. And reverse. So Sim Murray is in that little A319 down there. Booster pumps on. Starting engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts. And let's start a bit of a right turn. There's a bit of a right turn. And N2 is coming up nicely. 20%. Fuel. How's our push? That's not so bad. We're not pushing into anybody. And this is a very, very long airplane. And straighten it out and stop it. The tug has already disconnected itself for some crazy reason. But we still have to remove the tug from pushback helper. And here comes engine number 1. And engine number 1 looks like we got a good start. Starting 2. Gotta hold the button down now. After the update, you now have to hold that button down on the CRJ to start it. Used to be you just clicked it and it started. Now you have to hold it down for about 3 seconds. 14, 15, 18, 19, and 20. And there goes fuel. While we're good there, we need to set up the backup altimeter, 2981. There's the backup altimeter. And engine number 2 is starting. Ben flies YHZ. It's Halifax Tower. Hi, Ben. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. We're on our way. We are going to be very, very, very well-behaved pilots. Can't wait to get to Halifax. We heard there's free pizza. And good starts on both of our engines. And that looks kind of stable. So we're done with the APU. Let's turn on the packs. Turn on the air conditioning. Keep the passengers nice and comfy. And turn on the probe heaters. Now these, you can click these really too fast, so you got to go and hit them slow. Yaw damper 1, yaw damper 2. 1, 2. Then stabilizer trim. 1, 2. And then mock trim. On. And then make sure all of those are cleared. They are. And then come over here, and your trim for takeoff is going to be 7.1. 7.1 for takeoff. So it's lobster pizza. There's flaps. Flyer Studios was in a Delta CRJ from Dothan, Alabama to Atlanta, sat in the rear with the seat, and the engines are loud. You use your noise-canceling AirPods. Did the noise-canceling AirPods sound good? Did it help? So no pizza, but they have lobster. I will never be crabby about lobster. Couldn't resist. Sorry, that was a little loud. All right, everything looks good up here. I think we're ready to go. Nose wheel steering going on. Come on over to charts. Lobster pizza. Wouldn't that be good? All right, we're going to runway 24. So let's go via Delta 3, Delta, and Echo. And over on the radio, 118.65, right? I think I might have messed that up. I don't hear anybody. Dot CTAF CYQB, right? The frequency for CYQB is 118.65. 118.65. Oh, I could turn it on. Flyer Studios says it sounds, the AirPod noise canceling really helped you out. Wig Bill had lobster grilled cheese. Ooh, that would be good too. Shall we go? Parking brakes off. Toe brakes on. Anybody over here? Nope, let's go. And here we go. Quebec traffic, there is an Air Canada Jazz CRJ coming out of the terminal. We are coming out at Delta 2, Delta and Echo to runway 24, Quebec. So lobster grilled cheese, that would be also tasty for sure too. I think I've got some frozen shrimp. I could do some sort of a frozen shrimp thing. Nobody over there. Anybody over there? Nope. Good. Taxi light on. 777 Bob, it's now Canada and I think the Caribbean. I'm not 100% sure. I think I've forgotten, maybe even Mexico, but definitely the US, Canada, and Caribbean. It was at an expensive restaurant. Oh, really? They wanted you to try oysters, and you said no, but it depends on the oysters. Sometimes they really can be quite tasty. Those half-shell oysters can be good. Okay, we need taxiway Echo. That's where we're going over there. Because there's some people that will kind of cook them in a way, or steamed, you know, they'll steam them, but then they'll also do some sort of spice on them that's really good. Those are super scoopers beside us. Is that for wildfire fighting, H Mike? Because they've got, that's the smoke that I've got outside here is from Canadian wildfires right now. Quebec traffic, there's an Air Canada Jazz CRJ taxiing on to runway 24 and departing on the Quebec departure. Quebec. All right, strobes. Cabin call. Seats for takeoff. Wig bill. Meat and potatoes. Air Canada Flight 120 is departed out of YUL. So low vis is on the way. AH Mike says those Canada Super Scoopers were the ones that were in California. Thank you. Shall we go? Arm takeoff. Takeoff is armed. Landing lights looking good. And throttles up. Clock is running. Thrust is set, and we're set to flex. .100 knots, steering with rudder pedals. V1, rotate. Positive climb, gears going up. Whoa, I was turning the wrong way. I turned the wrong way. There we go. That's a little bit better. And heading hold, heading, speed, AP. Heading hold has got us. And let's make the map a few clicks bigger. That looks great. Increase the speed now to 210. Here comes 210. That looks really good. Quebec traffic, runway 24 is clear from that Air Canada Jazz. We are turning west and south. Actually, south and east. Quebec.
Air Canada 201 taking off runway.
I think I hear Russ. So 180 degrees. I heard Russ. Russ, I can barely hear you. And flaps 1. And flaps up. And continue the climb. 330. Sim Murray, you're Air Canada 201. Loviz says be prepared for Boston Center next. Let's get turned in the direction of our next first waypoint, actually. 330. Okay, we are now direct to Pint. And get that set. Speed it up to 250 now. Speed's going to 250. And direct to Pint. Direct intersection, Pint.
Quebec traffic,
Execute.
201,
And nav. We're direct to Pint. That looks really good. Speed's coming up nicely. Good airplane. Airplane automatically switched us to climb power, so that's good too. Everything's good up here. Nothing to worry about there. We are squawking mode Charlie. And flaps are up. And landing gear is up. And we didn't scratch the paint or nothing. Direct to Pint. I know. What's the, you know, you would think if there was a waypoint, and maybe I'm mispronouncing it. Maybe I'm mispronouncing it, Polyot. But if you look here, so there is our, there's our departure. And over on the flight plan, our first waypoint was Pint, P-I-N-T-E. So I'm all about that. That's pretty cool. I don't know if that's, maybe it's not Pint there, but I think that's cool. Lion Drummer, got your E-Jets through Contrail. Yes, that's a great place to get your E-Jets, because if you get your E-Jets through Contrail, you will get them updated quicker. I ended up moving mine over there, and it really helped a lot. Landing lights off. Cabin call for 10,000 feet. Pint de beer, that's what we think it is. Inquiring Minds is here. Hi, Inquiring Minds. The ATRs are on sale for $12.99. As long as it's not a weak rubbish like Budweiser or Foster's. Yes. There's our climb there. Landing lights are off. And this is all looking good. Progress. We are 359 miles out of Halifax. And away we go. Welcome in, Inquiring Minds. I think $12.99 for the ATRs is good. AZ says there's a proper microbrewery there. The micros can be really, really good. 13,000 feet. And let's come on down there and turn on Spy Jazz. Havoice, your Phoenix turned into approach mode into cruise. How do you get back into VNAV? Try doing a direct to your next waypoint. Okay, so first of all, go into heading mode and make sure you're heading mode. You're in heading mode. Then go into the direct on the McDo, direct to your next waypoint, and see what happens there. That's the fastest way. Murdinator says Tro du Diablo? No idea what that one is, but it sounds good. And this is looking good there. Radio, let's go to 122.8. 122.8. Good. It still goes to approach speed after that. Oh, you mean the throttle. You're not talking about LNAV, you're talking about the throttle. Try and pull your throttles all the way down and then put it back into CL, into the CL detent, and see what happens there. And let's see, altimeter standard on the backup. And then barrow button there, altimeter standard 2992. It depends on where you're going to be in Canada. We, I believe, are far to the west right now of the smoke. So if you look on the smoke map for North America, so here's the smoke map for North America. And if we kind of zoom it all in here just a bit. So basically, There's a little bit over here, but not much. And it's the light smoke contour, so it's not that bad. It's the light contour. Okay, there's 20,000 feet. Climb is good. Passengers are relatively happy. Big, fluffy clouds all over Canada. I'm about getting a little close to Boston Center, so we'll see if we get beeped by Boston. And I think maybe we'll get beeped at about Pint if we do. There's 2 Boston Centers, so no way to tell which is it. But AZ's right. Yeah, the fires are way, way, way out west. If you're wondering how much longer we're going to be going, if it's late for where you are and you got to get to bed and stuff like that, it looks like we're going to be flying for about another 45 to 50 minutes. So the live stream will probably, we got about another 45 to 50 minutes of flying. If you're looking at the clock, say, I need to go to bed, but I want to watch the landing. That kind of deal. Wheelchair Gamer is going YYZ to Chicago. Nothing to worry about here. Yeah, I'm about ready to make my turn into Chicagoland. Not Chicagoland, Boston Land. Here comes flight level 250. I usually will go seatbelts off. And they did model the seatbelt light in this airplane. And they did a fairly good job. They did a nice job on the cabin. Every now and then hit the center of the heading button. Keep your heading bug straight up. If I don't regularly do that, ATC is usually going to tell me to turn 30 degrees to the right or something. Not because they're looking at me, just the way it is. But if I do keep it up there, I never really have to do that. Radial just checked in over on YouTube. Hi, Radial. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. And then after we get to 26,000 feet, I'm going to increase my speed forward by 10 knots. So at 27,000 feet, I'll go up to 280 in the climb. So there's 280 in the climb right there. And that means when we do the transition over to Mach, it's going to be pretty good. There are no auto throttle. So what you do there is, because there's no auto throttle, so you know I'm using the speed dial right now. So we're in speed mode. So the speed dial here, it's not an auto throttle, but it holds your speed and varies the pitch to maintain speed in your climb. So after we're done with that, and as we're coming in, if you look over on the performance page, you're going to get your landing speeds. There's all the landing stuff right over here. So VREF is 146. I usually round it up by 5, so 150 to land, okay? And what I will do is, as we're coming in and I'm slowing down to my landing speed, I'm going to dial the speed dial here, and that becomes a bug. And now if I start to see that little pink thing there, start to get close to my airspeed on landing, I'm going to give it a little bit of power. Because this airplane, once you slow down, it is totally unforgiving. It does not like you at all. So I use that as a bug, and it works pretty good. And we are now officially in Boston airspace. I'm going to guess that they're going to ignore us, and we'll probably get beeped. I'm going to guess we might get beeped by CZQM Center, 132.2. I'm going to pre-plan for 132.200. Boston, we're probably way too far north, and they got a lot of airplanes there, so they're probably busy. Reset the heading bug again. Passing 30,000 feet. We're 192 miles from top of descent. Not an awful lot to see out here. There might be some elk and moose. Might be some elk and moose. Okay, everything's nicely set up there. And let's see, we're above 30,000 feet. The airplane has just kicked us into Mach mode. So now it's going to hold Mach 0.77 in the climb. And that's really nice. We have just been beeped by Boston, 134.7. 134.700. Boston Center. Hey, Nadan Baca, did I say that right? Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Florida, no alligators here. Nope, no gators. And looking good there.
Hello, Delta 303 Boston, about 13.5 thousand.
Delta 303 Boston Center, hello, climb and chain flight level 340.
Climb and chain 340, Delta 303.
Boston Center, hello there from Jazz 441. We just passed the Pint checkpoint, pass almost to flight level 330.
Jazz 441 Boston Center, hello, climb and chain flight level 300.
We're actually at flight level 320. We filed for 33. So do we need to start our descent now?
Hey, Jazz 441, say less again.
Jazz 441 is passing, is now settling into flight level 330. Is it time to descend to flight level 300?
Jazz 441, my apologies, I misspoke. You can maintain flight level 330.
Flight level 330 for Jazz 441. Thank you so much. Okay, now we're done with the climb. So we're going to increase our speed to Mach 0.81.
Delta
and
59
now
Boston Center, hello.
We're out of climb mode. So this is just a bug. You've got to use your throttles to hold your speed from here on out. So
Delta 1598 cross Lollyat, maintain flight level 200.
And as long as there's a little pink line there at the top, that means we're accelerating. So as we come in there, now I'm going to go and reach down for my throttles and pull them back just a bit until that starts to disappear. Okay, see it disappeared. Now we don't want to pull them too far, otherwise we'll slow down. Now we're slowing down, so edge them forward. And it's okay for that to pop up and down just a little bit, but that's how we do that. João Pinto checking back in from Portugal. Hey there, welcome aboard.
Down 14 November Echo, left crosswind departure to the north is a correction, right crosswind departure to the north is approved. Runway 24 clear for takeoff.
And that's pretty good for settling in. We are now
Austin Center, Army 158, request taxi to the Army ramp.
267 miles from Halifax. Flying Cup of Tea TV, welcome aboard. Oh my gosh, 782 pages of printing. So that's what? 2 forests full of trees and how many printer cartridges? But you got to get that medical, right? Good luck with that, Flying Cup of Tea. João Pinto, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Now look over here, make sure we're not speeding up or slowing down. We're not. We're holding Mach 0.81 just fine. Angry Wolf says to hydrate. Let's do another hydrate. It's been cloudy and rainy here, so I still have warm beverages today.
JetBlue 45, taxi to the ramp via Whiskey.
Flying Cup of TV, no. Only one cartridge because it's a laser printer. That's good for 1,200 pages. So your 782 pages, no big deal, right? Preacher 101, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming on in. Happy Monday. Thanks for checking in today. All right, how are we doing? There's Jazz 441. We're coming down here to Halifax here. So let's check here. Their ADIS says that they're still on runway 23, so we're looking pretty good. And if we click Halifax, it shows that we're actually their first arrival. Air Canada 201 and then Air Canada 120 are coming in next. So we got those.
441, contact Moncton Center 132.2.
132.2 for Jazz 441. Thanks. Have a good week. 132.2. Moncton Center. Level at 330. We are Moncton Center, good evening from Jazz 441. Looks like we are a good 112 miles west of Omvev at flight level 330.
Jazz 441, Moncton Center, roger.
Must be really hard for pilots named Roger to sit in the cockpit because everybody's always saying Roger to them on the radio. Roger? Huh? Who? Yep, that's an airplane joke. Is CYHZ center off? No, Wheelchair Gamer. We got full ATC coming in right now. We are on our way. And they say they've got lobster for us at Halifax. This one's fun for, shorter flights, and it's fun for a VATSIM event that isn't like crazy. I would not want to take this into Frankfurt Friday. I would not want to do a Frankfurt Friday in this. I think I've done it once just to prove that I could do it. But yeah, worse if you're B-1 battle droid from the Trade Federation in Star Wars, Roger, Roger. Oh yeah, those are the ones that always, say it twice. Hydrospace is back too. Welcome back, Hydrospace. That's right, the B-1 battle droids.
Sea Lake altimeter 2989, descend.
Man, I haven't
ready
seen
to
any of those movies in so long.
Jazz 523 Alpha.
523 Alpha, confirm request.
Gonna watch the BBC version of the
Request
show
ILS
Super
approach,
Volcano
25,
tonight
runway
because of
25,
Mount
Jazz.
Etna.
523 Alpha.
Their aim is, I mean, seriously, how can your aim be worse than a stormtrooper? Inquiring Mind says there's nice weather in California today. Really?
Bergen 1370, calling flight level 380.
Yeah, tonight's a super volcano night because of the Mount Etna doing the eruption today. We are 113 miles from top of descent, and we should start our descent in 13 minutes. Weather's actually pretty good. It's kind of cloudy here. A few extra clouds and all that. The movie Goodnight, Mr. Tom. I have not seen Goodnight, Mr. Tom. Inquiring Minds is taking off. Electric Dreams was out sick today. You were just sick of work. That's called a mental health day. That is called a mental health day, Electric Dreams, and I will tell you, in my 30-year career in TV, I never took a mental health day, so that should explain why it is that I'm such a messed up little puppy. You need to take days like that. It's really important, so never feel bad about that at all. Beanie Baby, we took off from Quebec and we are going to Halifax. This is part of the Moncton Monday VATSIM event. Polyot says that ITV, so it's a tearjerker. Okay. I am going to save that one and do something with that for later. I need something silly and goofy tonight. J Phils, I don't have a CRJ hat, so we got to do the original spy hat today. Yeah, I can't do anything tearjerker tonight. It's got to be goofy and funny.
Jet 441, when ready, descend 10,000, Halifax alternative 2993.
2993 for the altimeter. When ready, descend is 11,000 for Jazz 441. So, Beanie Baby, today we did an A320 flight.
Jazz 523 Alpha is beginning.
And it was a nice A320 flight. I've already forgotten what that flight was. And then we did a 777. Oh, we did Bergen to Copenhagen in the A320, and then we did the 777 down to Mount Etna from Naples, Italy, and that was a really good flight. And now we're doing a CRJ flight. It's a World War II movie about an evacuee and the old man he gets placed with. Yeah, that would be a little harsh. I think I'm gonna not do that tonight. I mean, tonight I can handle, like I said, I can handle Super Volcano. I could handle Smiley's People or something like that. Well, a few of the Smiley's Peoples I wouldn't watch. That's George Smiley, a spy series. Danger UXB. I mean, any of those. I just have those in the background. Okay, now we're not going back to Ontario, so we can clear those. And then we can do flight plan and refresh. And the altimeter is 2995 at CYHZ. Polyot put the YouTube video in chat. Thank you. Oh, up in chat.
Moncton Center, Seabird 579er, radio check.
And let's do a click of the map here. Let's go and do minimums. Minimums for the ILS runway 23 are 650. So MDA and 650. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 650. It's a really small number. There is our minimum set. After this, yeah, Beanie Baby, it's time for me to go and make a little bit of, it's time to make some food. So it will get a little bit of food going here. And then take a look at some of the things that I need to accomplish on. I really need to go and get a workable C-47 or DC-3 for our Friday flight. The Friday flight is about 3 hours in the DC-3, and we're going on the original Pathfinder flight. The original Pathfinder flight for D-Day, because it's the 6th of June. Polyot watched all 1,000 Fast and Furious movies in the hospital, and that's how you pass the time.
Center 4000, Jeff. That's 3 Alpha.
I don't know how I would handle. Yeah, I mean, I'm always watching, you know, some of the spy types of things and stuff like that. Everybody would look at me like, there's a spy dude over in, bed 22. We got to watch out for that person. Welcome back, Average Canadian. Thank you for coming in today. So far, so good.
I am at Mach point 72.
And we're just holding Mach point 81, just really nice. Uh-oh, we have chemtrails. Got a little chemtrail there. Not very stealthy. Wheelchair Gamer is going to try to find what they use to fly into hurricanes to get data. A Hercules and a P-3 Orion are the Hurricane Hunter airplanes. A spy espionage coming out this game. You start just before the Cold War, choose a country and manage their spy agency. Wow. You've never seen any of the Mission Impossible movies? I liked the first few of them. I liked the first few of them. They were good. I think the one where they kidnap Tom Cruise's family is a little hard for me. Just because, espionage, you never bring family into it. That's an unwritten rule. You never bring someone's family into it. So I didn't like that one. The one with him hanging off the side of the tallest building in the world, that's, I guess, my favorite. But they're pretty good. Polyot, that sounds like an interesting game. So you manage a spy agency during the Cold War. And it's called Espiocracy. So here is the game that Polyot says to check out. Is this one of the things that we could do a little bit of multiplaying with, or is this a single player? Can you believe your home state of Louisiana passed a bill? Yeah, there's some really stupid things going on right now. It's not out yet, so we don't know. I'm going to keep an eye on it. Thank you. Let's see. I'm going to just put that over there and do that. But yeah, Lion Drummer, there's a lot of silly stuff that's going on right now. It's a little bit maddening and crazy. Don't know what to tell you. But that's certainly, you know, as sim pilots and real pilots, we know what is in a condensation trail behind a jet. This is just somebody that's trying to appeal to people that you saw it on YouTube. I'm gonna say that I'm saving that channel. I'm gonna save that webpage you sent me. And what I'll do is after the live stream, what I could do is I'll open up my desktop and I'll open it in the desktop and save it as, you know, hey, tell me when it comes out over in Steam. I think it might be fun. There's, as jazzed as I am about, you know, the Cold War map in DCS world, I'm just not a fighter pilot. You know, the idea of getting in a plane, pointing my airplane at another plane and shooting it down is just not me. But strategizing and, you know, maybe that just means I'm devious or something, I don't know. But that's the kind of fun that I have is getting involved in strategy and stuff like that. Okay, we are 27 miles from top of descent. Yeah, wish list, that's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. I think that what they were trying to do with Matt Helm, I think Matt Helm was supposed to be Dean Martin comedies making fun of James Bond. I think, as if you need to make fun of James Bond anyway, but still, I think that's what the Matt Helm movies were all about. And, you know, something that worked with Dean Martin's personality and persona and stuff. Okay, 20 miles to top of descent. So what I'll do is when we get like 15 miles from top of descent, what I do is I reduce my bug, just the speed bug. So I'm at Mach 0.81. The next thing we're going to do is I'm going to reduce this bug to Mach 0.77. Okay, once I get to Mach 0.77, then I'm going to hit the speed button and down we go. For anyone without Steam, the intro says, take charge of an intelligence agency of your choice. Working from the shadows, it's a grand strategy game. Okay, I've got to figure out what I want to do. Probably knowing it's either going to be East Germany, the UK, or France is what I would probably do. I would not be able to play the opposition. I'm just too silly like that. There was a there was a submarine movie that came a submarine game that came out a while back, and it looked like it was a really great submarine game. And the only problem is you were playing a German U-boat sinking Allied shipping, and I played it like twice. I felt so guilty. Just couldn't do it. Okay, there is 15 miles from top of descent, so I'm reducing my speed bug now, and I'm going to actually do it to Mach 0.75. Okay? And there's 6 miles, so I didn't do this soon enough. So now we pull the throttles back, and so we're pulling back.
Call you back for canceling.
Throttles continuing back.
Yeah, just contact me when you're on the ground. Okay.
And I'm waiting until we get to Mach 0.75, and then we're going to hit the speed button. There's Jets 441, we just hit our top of descent and heading down to 1,000. Speed. 10,000 for Jazz 441. I better start paying attention. Now, once we've got this sort of set up, it was actually Polyot who came in and told me you use speed for your climb in the CRJs, but what you really want to do on your descent is you want to use vertical speed. So now that I'm established in my descent, I'm going to use my vertical speed to control my descent. And then I'm going to use my throttles to control my speed. So you can see right here, the computer says descend at 2,300 feet per minute. I've set my vertical speed there, and now I'm going to try and hold my descent here. And that usually keeps my little snowflake right in the middle. IAS for climb, vertical speed for descent is probably the better way to say it. Thank you. I need the better way to say that. Now, let's go ahead and I'm going to change the bug here for 270 or thereabouts on my descent. Yep, IAS for climb, vertical speed for descent. Heading bug is up there. Let's increase our map a little bit, and that looks good. Loviz had to disconnect when your mic wasn't working, and I tried to get under the desk to reconnect, and the plane went into a dive. I got it sorted out, and you're going to finish the flight offline. Not good. Actually, if you go back to your altitude, you'll probably be fine if you wanted to reconnect. I don't know. I thought Russ was flying with us too, and I was listening for Russ because Russ has a new headset and microphone. Okay, now I'm getting a little bit faster, So with my throttle, I'm going to get my speed back to what I want to be at, and using vertical speed, I'm going to keep my little snowflake right in the middle there. I'm pulling my speed back just a touch more so I can be closer to 270 here on my descent. Russ had a headset issue. Oh, okay. Russ, I'm glad you got it resolved. I know you just got your new headset, and I hope that that's all fixed and you like it.
Air Canada 120, flight level 300. We just reconnected. Roger.
Loviz made it back. Okay, now we're descending a little fast, so we're going to use the guidance and reduce our rate of descent to about 2,100 feet per minute. Tim J is back too. Welcome back in, Tim J. Yay, Loviz is back. Cool. A little fast. Pull the throttles back a touch more.
Contact Halifax Terminal 119.2. Good day.
119.2 over to terminal for Jazz 441. Thank you so much. Have a good week. Okay, there's terminal. And I'm going to hit the YHC ATIS. Information Whiskey is current in Halifax. Halifax Terminal, good evening from Jazz 441. Information Whiskey is aboard. Looks like we're a good 34 miles west of LICR, and we are descending on the -1 arrival.
Jazz 441, Halifax Terminal, good day. Halifax landing runway 23, altimeter 29905. Continue to descent, expect ILS runway 23 due to your transition.
ILS 23, 2995 on the altimeter. And that transition that you mentioned, it was the Deuter transition, is that what you said?
Just for on that is affirm that is the Deuter transition, Delta Uniform Tango India Romeo.
Got it, the Deuter transition. Thank you so much from Jazz 441. And slowly bringing my maps in a few clicks. And our descent's going pretty good. Slowly getting my speed down here to 270 knots on that. And that's going pretty good too. Let's see. Says continue to reduce our rate of descent. Now 2,000 feet per minute. And so I get the suggested rate now. It's 19. And then after that, if you want to keep your speed up at this point, when you start reducing your rate of descent, you have to push your throttles forward a little bit. Otherwise, you start to slow down. And in this airplane, slowing down is bad news.
Just 441, descent 4,000.
Continuing the descent down 4,000 for Jazz 441. There we go, 4,000 feet. I'm going to go 2995 over here now. That looks good. Tim J, the CRJ does not, if it does, now I may be doing this completely wrong, Tim J. So what you have is you have the option over here under the MFD menu to go and put VNAV in here. So I put VNAV, and this is what I would basically call VNAV guidance over here. And that gives us altitude, that gives us our descent speed, how fast it thinks we should descend. 2995 on the altimeter. And so that's what we're doing there. But it doesn't have, you know, like a you know, coupled VNAV descent like it has over in the Airbus or the Boeing. You've got to do it. So this is basically just guidance for the pilot. You have to do it all manually. We got a speed reduction coming up in about 40 miles. So I'm going to reduce my speed now. And that speed reduction is 210 knots. But I'm not going to let it slow down too fast, but I want to get that reduction in there as quickly as I can. We're approaching 16,000 feet. That way it's just guidance for me. And I use that little bug off the side. That's sort of my holy grail of speed. It tells me what I need to do. And if I see the little pink bugs start to show up there, especially on the approach, that's when I add throttle. Otherwise, in this, we're gonna die. And that's not fun. Seatbelts.
Jazz 441, direct due clear, cleared ILS runway 23 approach due to your transition.
Jazz 441, we are now directed due dear, and we are cleared for the ILS. Runway 23, due to transition. Jazz 441. Okay, now this got important. See, over here, now I got a little banana line here because I have to be at 210 knots and 4,000 feet at deuter. So I'm going to go ahead and start letting my speed come down just a touch more. And the airplane says I need to be descending at 1,500 feet per minute. That's going to help me slow down just a bit. And that'll put my little banana line right on deuter, which is what we need to be. Lion Drummer says to do a cold and dark. I would love to do one on this because this is a fun airplane. I enjoy this one a lot. The thing is I'm just not 100%. I'm doing it the way it's supposed to be done. This is what works for me, and of course a lot of my videos are, you know, what works for me. But I just don't want to put something out there that is like complete, you know, fabricated fiction, and it's sort of like, okay, there's 250 knots, so that's good. There's no VNAV modifier button like there is on the Challenger. Continuing to reduce my rate of descent. Speed's coming down like a good airplane too. And so far so good. Heading bug straight up. We haven't scratched the paint yet. None of the passengers seem to be upset. Nobody is calling to the flight attendants saying, hey, would you send some barf bags back here? Let's bring the map in a click. Okay, we have tower 118.4. Ground is 121.9. So I'm going to put ground in over here on the recall, and I'm going to put tower down here in the scratch pad. Let's go ahead and go to performance, set the landing bugs over there. 144 will land about 155, 150 to 155. Flaps can start going out about 2:30 on this one. Zoom call with Twitch today is focus. Oh, really? Oh, really? That sounds cool. Thank you so much. I will look into that. I can't wait to read it. JSG Droid has been lurking. It does give you vertical. That's right. It does also give you descent. I think the same thing shows up over here. JSG Droid in this thing off to the side here, but yeah, you also get that on the direct intersection page. JSG Droid, welcome in. I know you had to work today. I hope it was an okay Monday. Can't wait to see you on Thursday. Okay, flaps 1. And when I do my first flaps, that's when I'm going to arm my thrust reversers. Otherwise, I forget.
Halifax Terminal, Air Canada 120, 245 for 10,000. We're on the funding 5, and we have information whiskey.
Air Canada 120, Halifax Terminal, Halifax 9, runway 2.
Now I'm going to go ahead and put another bug here.
4,000 and runway 23.
I don't want to go below 18.
Air Canada 120, expect ILS
0.
runway 23.
Roger, ILS runway 23, Air Canada 120.
Flight attendants, seats for landing. Got 10 miles to go, about
441 when established. Contact Halifax Tower 118.4 today.
0.4 when established. We'll give them a call. Thanks for the ATC. Have a good week from Jazz 441.
Thanks for flying. I'll see you next week.
We'll be here. Poliot, I can't wait to read what you said. I am looking forward to hearing what's new. Thank you. Okay, we're going to come over here. And I'm going to go to heading hold. And we're going to come over and go to localizer. Localizer is set. Speed's coming down pretty good. Ben flies coming up really quick. Amagarosa doing fairly good on the arrival.
Halifax Tower, Azul 3008, holding short on runway 23, ready for departure.
Azul 3008, Halifax Tower, today, airborne contact terminal 119.2, winds 24013, custom 18, clear takeoff, runway 23.
Clear for takeoff, Azul 2008, runway 23.
Departure and contact terminal airborne 119.2.
Departure on 119.2, thank you.
Departure.
Okay, looking pretty good so far. Reduce that rate of descent just a touch. Bring in the map one last click. And flaps 8. Flaps are 8. Now we're getting close to that 180, so throttles are going forward now. Don't want to slow down below 180 here as we make our turn. Halifax Tower, hello there. Jazz 441 is at Deuter, about ready to make the final turn for the ILS runway 23.
Jazz 441 Halifax Tower, good day. Altimeter 299.5, continue.
2995 on the altimeter. Continue for Jazz 441. A little bit of a turn there. Our descent's doing really good. I'm going to let it go down just a little bit lower here. There's 180. I say wheels. Landing gear going down. Here comes the gear. Add a little bit of throttle. That's going to add some drag. So we're going to add just a touch. And there goes the gear rolling out. Wrong one. And let's also hit the approach button. Get a little bit of help lining up since we're going to be busy campers. Looking for a runway. There's our turn on performance. One more check reminds us 144. Let's call it 150 to land. 150 to land. And that's coming around nice, holding 180. I think I see an airport up ahead. Are we going to have to go back the other way? Something's a little kinky with the arrival here.
Jazz 441 Halifax, winds 23013, vesting 18, clear line 123.
Runway 23, clear to land, Jazz 441. After landing, exiting probably Charlie. Exiting Charlie. I've got a runway. Still holding 180 till about 5 miles final in case they've got other airplanes behind us. Don't want to be an airspace hog. Okay, gear down, 4 green. Flaps are rolling out. We've got reversers armed, so that's good news. Now then, let's go and set that bug. I said 150. So there's 150 right there. Flaps 20. Roll that down. Posture check too. Good idea, Hydrospace. Good idea. Okay, we're lined up pretty good. Okay, speed's going down way too much. Push that throttle up. Up 150. Nope, too slow. And some more flaps. I usually wait till flaps 45 for a while. Now we're snagging the glide slope. Now roll that throttle back just a touch. Turn off the brake fans. Okay, so we're at about 160. There's 5 mile finals. Still letting the airplane do some of the work for me here. Until we're 100% ready to say everything. Ben flies. No, the CRJs don't have auto throttle. Autopilot's off. No auto throttles in these birds. All set. Flaps. Amagarosa, no need to panic. Little bit of a breeze from the left blowing us to the right. It really is an extra challenge. It really is a fun extra challenge. Little slow, little slow. There we go. Airplane does not like it slow. Clouds are spectacular over Halifax tonight. Amagarosa needs some insurance. Little bit of a bump on the arrival. Landing.
Test 441, welcome to Halifax. Right when able, contact ground point 9 of the day.
Ground point 9, right when able. Jazz 441.
Have a good one.
A very nice jazzy landing. Then recall. Halifax Tower, hi there from Jazz 441, just off runway 23.
Jazz 441, Halifax ground, good evening. Welcome to Halifax, taxi via Alpha. If in your discretion, gate of your choice. Have a great night.
Alpha to the gates, our choice for the gate. Thank you so much. Have a great week from Jazz 441. Always fun to be at Moncton Monday.
Glad to hear it. Love Moncton Monday in Halifax, right?
All right, around we go. Open up the flap in the back of the airplane. And is there happy news from our friends over here? Let's see if we get around the turn first here. I can't see anything. Whoa! Get over on that taxiway. Shh, don't tell anybody. We've been in the grass here. Oops. Too much time. Loviz is still alive. Right on, Loviz. I spilled your drink. I'm sorry. See what happens when the captain wants to go and check Volanta before getting to the gate? Our touchdown point was beyond the big bars, and our landing was a minus 122 with 1.06 Gs outside the airplane. I think that's not a bad landing rate at all, especially outside the airplane too, which is really pretty good. Okay, let's see. Disarm. The thrust reversers, flaps are up. We got speed brakes down, all cleaned up. I'm sorry I spilled your drink. And we're coming on into the terminal here. And I did finally make sure that I got the Halifax, scenery here, which is really nice scenery. This is a good one. Hydrospace is calling it a night. Good night, Hydrospace. Thank you for coming in. Our next flight is going to be Thursday. Remember, we do have a rather special VATSIM type of event on Friday, which is June the 6th. We're going to be... Somebody land? I thought I heard a rush. It's D-Day, the 6th of June. And so we're going to be taking the DC-3s over on the first Pathfinder flight. It's one of the only military flights that I will really do. So we'll go ahead and do that kind of a flight then.
Halifax ground, good evening. check that.
I think that they bring the CRJs possibly over there. I don't know. Let's go get a jetway. Hydrospace says it's going to be rainy in Cleveland, and you shouldn't have a drink while landing. Really?
And what's that 615? Pushback and startup discussion. Just tell me when ready to taxi. There could be an aircraft CRJ taxi behind you there.
There's a little WestJet. I think the WestJet's about ready to come out.
69, Halifax Sam Roger. Taxi via HM3.
They got a couple of angled parking. I'm going to guess that's for the big jets.
Box now, cross runway 14. Lima hold short runway 23, contact tower 118.4.
Halifax, Stanfield. Oh, wow. I forgot how nice this scenery was.
Hold short 23 and 118.1 confirm.
I forgot how nice the scenery was here.
118.4 holding short, guys.
There we go. Parking brakes going on. My right wing edge is right on the center line. APU is up and running. Turn off the nose light. And that looks good. Let's stop squawking. Squawking is off. Let's come over here and do engine 2. Engine 1. And we'll do a couple of the fuel pumps here. No, the hydraulic. Leave one hydraulic on. Fuel pumps go off. Probe heaters go off. Beacon can go off. Seat belts can go off. Come over here to aircraft. We need chocks, ground power, and open up passenger doors and get a jetway. And there's an Air Canada there. Let's see. Low vis. I think, well, what happened to low vis? I think that's low vis right over there. We got a couple of Air Canada 201 and 120 are coming on in. So let's go and make sure everything's secure here. It is. Let's watch a couple landings before we go. Rainy in Cleveland. The flight attendants are supposed to take all of your drinks and stuff before landing. Really? You mean I'm not supposed to hide it from the flight attendants like I usually do? Man, I'm such a bad pilot. That is Air Canada. I don't think that's 120. I think that's somebody else. Merdinator, yeah, that's a 777. Yeah, there was an interesting YouTube video. I posted it over on, I think, Real World Events. Tim J was asking about what John Oliver said about air traffic control. I thought it was worth putting over there. Low vis. Low vis is now number 2 for the runway. Air Canada Flight 201 is coming in right now. So Air Canada 201 is short finals for the tower. Low vis is on downwind. So watch 2 landings and call it there. But no, I thought it was, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm showing my true colors here. I thought what was said was good. You know, was kind of spot on. I think that there's some budgets in the world that you just shouldn't be cutting. And, you know, when it comes to safety, you know, in the air or at a nuclear reactor, I'm kind of one of those people that really feels that you shouldn't be messing around with, you know, shortcuts. All right, we should see an airplane coming in. I'm looking. One of the ways with the drone cam is if you move up and down a little bit, or side to side. Sometimes it helps you spot the airplane that's coming in. Actually, there are people that they tried that. They tried that, Tim J, an airborne nuclear reactor. It didn't blow up, but because it was so heavy, that's the problem, because it's so heavy. Still looking. Air Canada 201 should be here pretty quick. Air Canada Flight 120 has now turned final. So if you get a chance between now and Friday to take your C-47 or DC-3 out for a test run, just to check and make sure that you remember how to fly it. I was able to get everything working except a military livery and the Duckworth edition. So I can at least do it that way, or try and get it working in Flight Sim 2020. And then Wednesday or Thursday, I'll post the complete flight plan over on Discord, and that way you can see the whole flight plan and start preparing for that. I also include latitude and longitude coordinates, so that you can actually plug it in to SkyVector. This is our flight path in the C-47 in SkyVector, and I've got all those waypoints that you're going to need for that. Low Vis has a visual with no Viz, but you're low Viz. You don't need Viz. You've got all the Viz you need. Looks like that is right on the landing point. How about that? Really great landing. Absolutely perfect. Just perfect. Let's go and see. Low Vis should be coming in next. The visual with no Viz. That's, let the entertainment begin with that. So anyway, this will probably, this is a long flight. The DC-3, the C-47, it's a cranky old Douglas. They do have what's called a gyro pilot in it, but it's not a full autopilot. And the requirements for your flight are actually fairly exact, because they had so many airplanes on that particular route, and they had to keep you from bumping into the airplane in front of you. So that was one thing. You also couldn't have your running lights on because you're flying into a war zone. So the rules for those pilots were really, you really had to follow the rules. So Fish Finder, we're just getting ready to wrap up the spy flight here. We're watching for low Viz to come in. They've got a DC-3 in Oklahoma that they've restored? Really? Yeah, those DC-3s, C-47s are really strong workhorses. They're pretty amazing. All right, looking for low Viz's airplane here. So kind of moving up and down, looking for lights. And one of the people restoring DC-3s, I think, was the president of PMDG. I don't know if Robert still has his DC-3, but did that. It was burning more oil than fuel. That's what those engines did. They just burned oil and leaked oil. And low Viz has arrived. And don't worry, low Viz's landing gear is down. It's just it doesn't show that. How about that? Spies arrived and in fine shape. Spies have arrived really good. And here in Halifax, it's a really cool airport. So yeah, my guess is this is where they put this is where they parked the CRJs. So I should have come over here for my CRJ arrival. There's that WestJet that just pulled back. So WestJet has just pulled back, pushed back. And out goes WestJet. And we had a 777 come in. Got some Air Canada, some more WestJet. I don't see the 777. They must have disconnected. And a really, really cool airport. I'd forgotten how nice this was. Sim Murray had a minus 198. That's a really good, and you were on the marks. See, again, we you know, flight simmers, we love our landing rate, but what's most important is were you on the marks? Were you on your marks? And that's the important thing to do there. We should turn on our logo light. It's starting to get dark, but we made it. How about that? I think all the spies are in. Everybody has arrived. Nobody has been hurt, so that's good. Thank you for being here. We had a great week this week. Starting back on Thursday, really nice flights this week. I'm really, really grateful that we got to have some go into some good events too. Frankfurt Friday was an absolute blast. Really enjoyed Frankfurt Friday, and that one was definitely a fun event too. Gonna take a couple of days off to just, you know, rest my voice and not saying. The next spy flight is going to be over on Thursday. Unless something really major in the world happens and we have to do some sort of other flight. But that's our next flight. Now's the time for me to say a couple of very, very big thank yous to the secret agents and special agents and 00s over on Patreon. Thank you for the awesome jet fuel and the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on here. Loviz says 152 and a very, very nice landing rate. Congratulations. I think that was the best landing rate coming on in here to beautiful downtown Halifax. Let's see. Am I going to rush off? Not really. No. I'll do that in just a few. Give me 10 to 15 minutes after I hit the off button, if possible, just to go and take care of pilot things after a live stream and stuff like that. But thank you for being here. I really do hope that you had a great weekend. Your week is off to a good start. You're able to kind of sit back and chill out and just do a little bit of relaxation. It is so important these days to be sure and tune out just a little and take care of your own mental health. So let's go ahead and see what's going on. Who did I see? I think I saw Sim Caesar is about ready to do the jump seat. That is a shared cockpit flight, which is always a good time. I think Sim Caesar is just getting ready to do that. So why don't we get that all ready to go? And thank you for being here. Again, as always, I do hope that you are doing well. Take good care of yourself, mental health and physical health. Stay healthy, stay safe. And I can't wait to see you live here Thursday back on YouTube and on Twitch. In the meantime, as always, please stay healthy, stay safe. See you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers. And again, thank you for the really great support. I sure appreciate it.